Okay, Mr. Mayor, you are good to go. We are live on Zoom and YouTube.
Okay. Good evening. I would like to call to order the council meeting of Tuesday, June 30th. And I'd like to start this meeting with a short address. Earlier this month, I was proud as 2,000 people peacefully marched and demonstrated at Sunnyvale City Hall in response to the tragic death of George Floyd. We listened as many people shared their personal experiences with racism and encounters with the police. We heard the calls for police reform and an end to racial injustice. As City of Sunnyvale leaders, we have committed to being transparent and examine our policies, practices, and programs. As a start, we held our first series of listening sessions last Thursday to better understand our community's concerns and help us find a path forward. Thanks to all of you who shared your thoughts and concerns. To learn more, to stay up to date, or find a link to the first listening session, please go to sunnyvale.ca.gov/unity. Again, that URL is sunnyvale.ca.gov/unity. Thank you. And next, before we get started, I want to remind council and the public of some procedural items for this meeting. During this meeting, council members and participants will remain muted when not speaking. If council members or participants have a question or comment, please use the raise your hand feature. Speakers will be called upon to speak one at a time, and a random order voice vote will be administered by the city clerk for each vote of city council. This council meeting is being conducted using teleconferencing and electronic means consistent with the State of California Executive Order N-29-20 regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. Members of the public may provide audio public comment by connecting to the teleconference meeting online or by telephone using the raise your hand feature to request to speak, *9 on the phone. Teleconference meeting details are available on the council agenda. Comments on matters not on the agenda tonight must be submitted prior to the time the mayor calls the item for oral communications. Comments on the agenda items must be submitted prior to the time that we close the public hearing on that agendized item. Speakers are requested to keep their comments to no more than 3 minutes, and time limits will be strictly enforced. Guidelines are posted on the city website and on the council agenda. City Clerk, may we have the roll call?
Mayor Klein.
Present.
Vice Mayor Smith.
Present.
Councilmember Larson.
Present.
Councilmember Hendricks.
Attending.
Councilmember Melton.
Present.
Councilmember Goldman.
Present.
Councilmember Fong.
Present.
7 present, participating via teleconference.
Thank you very much. First up, we have a special order of the day for Parks and Recreation Month. The City of Sunnyvale is proud to join the National Recreation and Parks Association in celebrating Park and Recreation Month. This year, more than ever, Sunnyvale is experiencing many transformations. And thanks to our dedication up to parks and recreation, we can count many of those transformations as positives. I'd like to highlight some of the great work our Parks and Recreation staff have been doing to transform our community. This past year, prior to the shelter in place, we broke ground on the Washington Park Swim Center. We hosted a great State of the City event that truly celebrated Sunnyvale. We continued to change park lighting to LED, reducing energy consumption and providing better lit parks. We admired artists creating live murals, which were later displayed downtown at the Holiday Ice Rink. Staff also held outreach meetings, and we now have a design plan for a new 6.5-acre city park at the former AMD site. We increased distribution of our activity guides by mailing to all Sunnyvale residents, resulting in an increase in recreation participation and a 4% increase in revenue. Staff developed mission, vision, and value statements aligning our programs and services with community needs. We are actually currently in a bidding process for a complete renovation of Fair Oaks Park and its all-inclusive Magical Bridge playground. Parks and staff also switched from gas to an electric leaf blowers in the downtown area to minimize noise pollution and further decrease our carbon footprint. Before COVID-19, we aligned our summer camp programming based on community input, offering 30% more full-day options, resulting in a 19% increase in registrations. And then, of course, shelter in place happened. Our recreation team was there for our residents. Staff jumped into action to survey the community to ask, how can we help? And our neighbors responded. We opened Sunnyvale Serves, a dedicated phone line for anyone needing service or assistance in our city, allowing them to be connected to available resources, to answer any questions, or just to be an open ear in uncertain times. Since March 17th, our recreation staff have received almost more than 3,000 calls, and they've responded with over 250 grocery or prescription deliveries, over 8,000 meal deliveries or pickups, and almost 1,200 calls with care managers. Meanwhile, our park staff also continue to respond to community needs and maintained our beautiful parks, providing a peaceful escape from chaotic times. In May, our Hands at the Arts at Home event, which featured online instructional videos for families to do at home, had more than 16,000 views. We've also helped 1,250 participants stay healthy and socially connected by offering remote fitness classes and workshops. And just 2 weeks ago, we opened the doors to Camp Sunnyvale, a full-time adjusted structure summer camp that is keeping 250 campers cared for and safe in a fun, welcoming environment while parents return to full-time work. While we may not know what lies ahead, we do know we can count on our Park and Recreations team to be there for us. We are Parks and Recreation. Thank you. And so, therefore, on behalf of the Sunnyvale City Council, I declare July 2020 as Parks and Recreation Month in the city of Sunnyvale. Thank you, Charisse and Chip and your teams for the service to our community. And we truly are proud of the excellent programs and services your departments make for change in our community on a daily basis. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you very much. Next up is oral communications. First, we have Vice Mayor Smith.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a public announcement regarding boards and commissions application deadlines. So the boards and commissions recruitment is underway for the following upcoming openings. There is one opening on the Board of Building Code Appeals, one opening on the Housing and Human Services Commission, one opening on the Sustainability Commission. So applications are due by 5 p.m. on Thursday, July 30th, in order to be scheduled for an interview with council on August 11th. And general eligibility requirements include Sunnyvale residency, voter registration. For information, visit sunnyvale.ca.gov and search boards and commissions, or call the office of the city clerk at 408-730-7483 to request an application. Applications to serve on the city's boards and commissions are accepted on a continuous basis, and applications received after the deadline are considered for future openings. Thank you, back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. So members of the public will now have an opportunity to address council on a topic that is not listed on tonight's agenda. This section is limited to 15 minutes and may be extended or continued after the public hearing general business section of the agenda. Individuals are limited to one appearance with a maximum of up to 3 minutes per speaker. A reminder to the public, please raise your digital hand or dial *9 on the telephone if you wish to address council. The city clerk will ask you to unmute your microphone when it's your turn to address the council. City clerk, do we have any members of the public who wish to speak under oral communications?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 2 members of the public that have requested to speak under oral communications. First up is Richard Mellinger, followed by OPPBPB. Richard, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon, good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Richard Mellinger. I am Chair of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, also Chair of Livable Sunnyvale. I've got a few things I'd like to discuss in my personal capacity. First, I would like to invite all members of the public to attend the Livable Sunnyvale General Meeting tomorrow night. We will be hearing from Assembly Member Mark Berman, State Senate candidate Josh Becker. I will be providing an update on the state of the city's active transportation plan. And we will also be discussing how we as Livable Sunnyvale can begin to combat the legacy of structural racism within our city. So it promises to be a jam-packed and informative meeting. And if you're interested in learning more, please check out our website, livablesunnyvale.org. I want to pivot now and speak pertaining to the active transportation plan. I am speaking on my own behalf only here. I will be giving a more full report on behalf of the BPAC at the July 28th council meeting when the ATP comes before you for consideration. But I want to raise some concerns about the way that public input and feedback has been handled for the active transportation plan. A couple weeks ago, the BPAC heard the ATP, and it became apparent that it appears that the neighborhood associations over the 14 months that the ATP was developed were not actively consulted or notified about the development, as far as I can tell. This is a real problem. You know, neighborhood associations are going to have some of the best ideas as to where spot improvements in their neighborhoods are necessary. And we heard, one of the only, we essentially heard at that meeting public comment from 2 groups. We heard from a group of someone representing a group of residents asking for a bike lanes and sidewalks on Tasman, and we heard from the residents of Rainer Park asking for a spot improvement at a sidewalk, as well as we heard from the head of the Snail Neighborhood Association on Borregas. We didn't hear, so what they have in common is that these are some of the most knowledgeable and best connected folks in the city. The Rainer Park group was organized by Council Member Russ Melton, which I much thank him for doing that. But the fact that it took a sitting council member for this neighborhood to know that this was going on and that the other neighborhoods were not aware speaks to a problem with the public input and engagement process. I'm out of time, but I'm happy to discuss offline with you these concerns further. Thank you very much.
Next up is OPPBPB, followed by Valerie Suarez. You have been unmuted.
Thank you very much. This is actually Arwen Dave. I don't know how OPPP became my name, but I will go on and speak. I have a presentation that goes with my 3 minutes, and it's the Slow Streets presentation.
Okay, give us a moment to get it posted or get it up. Okay.
And should
Just
I say
advise
that?
me.
Oh.
Yes, please advise when you'd like me to advance the slides, and I'll give you a time check 30 seconds before your 3 minutes are up.
All right. So the Slow Streets group was formed informally by a lot of people that wanted to see people who are sheltering in place have more alternatives to getting around. And the group members are Ari Feinsmith, who's a bike activist, student and Tasman resident, Daniel Howard, a planning chair, Richard Mellinger, BPAC chair, that's Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, Joyce Park, a Sunnyvale resident, Dave Simons, the Planning Vice Chair, and myself, Arwen Dave, BPAC Commissioner. Next slide, please. So the Slow Streets group's purpose was to help Sunnyvale get outdoors during shelter in place. And we have three things that we were going to do. One was identify potential slow street areas, then discuss how to add bicycle and pedestrian areas rapidly and cheaply to these, and then share with the City Council and staff these findings so they can consider implementing them. Next slide, please. So what are slow streets? They're areas where drivers are slowed and pedestrians and cyclists, etc., have priority. You can implement a slow street with a sign like this, local traffic only. Next slide, please. So we identified some demonstration areas where we could try out the slow streets principle in Sunnyvale. And they are sections of Duane, Iowa, California, Wright, and Tasman, as shown on the map here. And Tasman will be handled as a separate agenda item, so I won't go into that. But the other 4 streets all are parallel to larger feeder streets, which can serve as alternatives for cars, and are in quiet neighborhoods where pedestrians should have priority and might enjoy getting out more. Next slide, please. So nearby examples where slow streets have been implemented and are working include Redwood City, San Mateo, Palo Alto, and Oakland. And they have implemented these closures sometimes by installing signs and sometimes with barricades. So things like installing a street closed sign or a no through traffic sign have been successfully used. And you can go into this website from Redwood City at your leisure and read more about it. Next slide, please. So the 2 takeaway ideas I would like to leave with City Council and staff are these. Next slide, please. Allow neighborhoods to self-identify whether they want to have slow streets, and if they want to implement soft closures, such as a street closed sign, which is not a physical barrier, but an intellectual one, a slow streets where you close off just a lane or ask local traffic only to access, or implement other traffic reduction programs. So we suggest the city creates a process for neighborhoods to do this. Next slide, please. And in the meantime, while that might be thought over, we would like to allow quick demo streets of Duane, Iowa, California, and Wright, and Tasman, which again will be handled separately. And we suggest these soft closures of portions of those. So many of these streets suggested are already near places where a lot of students have to walk. And even after shelter in place, it may be useful to have areas where pedestrians are given priority here. So we look forward to having this done during shelter in place and seeing if it can bring us into the future with better places to walk. Thank you very much, and I'm done speaking.
Next up is Valerie Suarez. You've been unmuted and have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Hello, Valerie.
Valerie, you should see on your screen a little pop-up that says the host has asked you to unmute. Click unmute and you'll be able to address the City Council for 3 minutes.
I apologize. Thank you for restarting the time. Good evening, everyone. My name is Valerie Suarez, lead of the Snail neighborhood. Speaking on my own behalf, however, I am expressing the concern of many Snail residents that have been submitted through the Access Sunnyvale portal. You will hear that my address is echoing the 2 previous speakers. We are deeply concerned about the way the city staff handle the outreach or lack of thereof, the active transportation plan to the neighborhood association and the neighborhood leaders such as myself. I only heard about the plan the night before the final version was being presented on June 18th at the BPAC Commission 2 weeks ago. Despite the community outreach meeting, at no point was the ATP brought up to the Snail meetings, one of the largest neighborhood in the city. Snail members have serious concern about many of its streets, Had staff realized this was happening, attended any of the SNAIL meetings, or read any of the comments from SNAIL members submitted over the years, they could have attempted to organize community members to provide input and could have integrated these comments and concern into the plans. SNAIL members are especially concerned about the high speed on Borregas and its dangerous crossings. On, as you know, June 21st, 3 days after the BPAC meeting, a suspected drunk driver sped down Borregas, plowing into a house on North Murphy, injuring 2 people. Speeding drivers wanting to go through Matilda or going to Matilda from Fair Oaks are not aware that SNAIL neighborhood does not have any through streets. As such, a car hit a residential garage door at the end of West Arbor. A few months later, another car hit the tree planted in front of the same front door to protect the property. And what about the airborne driver flying at 80 miles an hour into the wall on West Duane 3 years ago? As you know, Borregas is a major traffic corridor that fails to meet some safe route to schools. So therefore, we are asking the following 3 things to be implemented and if possible installed. Number 1, flashing cross street beacons at Eaglewood, Ferndale, North Del Norte, East Hemlock, and Alturas, which are highly used crossing intersections. No exit to Matilda signs at the entrance of 5 crossing streets west of Borregas. No exit to Fair Oaks sign at the entrance of 3 crossing streets east of Morse. A change process for the ATP where every year citizens' concern will be heard to provide their neighborhoods a process to push for change within their boundaries. And I thank you very much for listening to our concern.
And Mr. Mayor, that is the last public speaker for oral communications.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is our consent calendar. Since we remain in a virtual setting, I will ask the public to use a virtual raise hand feature or dial *9 on a telephone to indicate that they wish to speak. The city clerk will ask you to unmute your microphone when it is your turn to address the city council. First up, do any council members have anything to pull? Councilmember Fong.
Yeah, I'd like to pull item 1E.
Okay. And city clerk, were there any members of the public who wish to pull an item?
No, we have not received any indication from members of the public that they would like to pull an item.
Okay. Do we have a motion? Vice Mayor Smith.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move consent calendar items 1A through 1D and 1F through 1I.
And Councilmember Larson.
Second.
City clerk, may we have the voice vote?
Yes, first up, Councilmember Melton, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Councilmember Fong?
Yes.
Councilmember Goldman?
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Hendricks?
Yes.
Councilmember Larson?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Smith?
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. And let's go ahead and move to item 1E. Councilmember Fong, do you have any comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The reason I wanted to pull this item was because I had 2 questions of staff. The first is, of our current contract with KMVT, when is it set to expire?
So that current contract expires today on June 30th.
So if council didn't pass this item, then what would happen? Would staff have to renegotiate and services would temporarily be disabled, or how would that work?
Not sure, Tim or Ken, if you want to address that. Otherwise,
yeah, I'll jump in on that. We continue services on a month basis until any issues were resolved. So we would want to continue broadcasting.
Okay. And the reason I pulled this item is because I noticed that we have in the contract our typical things of cable casting, but we've essentially had a pilot project for online casting through this whole COVID era. And I wanted to know if staff had ever had a discussion with KMBT or anyone else on the possibility of widening the contract to include digital casting services.
To the best of my knowledge, we haven't had that conversation. I mean, we are simulcasting our council meetings on YouTube now, so it is available in a digital format. It's always been broadcast through the city's website, through Granicus for many years. And so, you know, the YouTube broadcast, we really thought of as a supplement rather than any sort of a substitute. And so they, the services we get from KSUN now are camera operators, and I mean, we need those services regardless of where it's broadcast to.
So if council were to pass this and include in a motion passing this to direct staff to open up that conversation with KMBT for the purpose of adding on those services, specifically, personally, I'm interested in Facebook Live. I noticed that our YouTube stream doesn't have that many viewers. It has 9 or 7 viewers per. Obviously, that's a supplement to Zoom, which we're using, and directs it to our online system. But I'm really interested to widen our net because we know that there's an audience on Facebook that this can help promote the city's page at the same time. So when we're blasting out information on COVID or whatever it is, on lane closures or public safety measures, that we have a captive audience, especially the younger generation who's more online on those systems. So I don't know if that interests any of my colleagues, but my last question would be, could we pass this now and direct staff to do that and hope that KMBT is able to do that and reopen that conversation at a future council agenda item with a presentation? Or would you prefer that we don't vote on this and we hope that our services continue while staff talks with KMBT about this issue?
So if I could just interject with a note, we did acquire some equipment during the COVID-19 emergency to broadcast 8x8, and that equipment will support a future broadcast really to any social media outlet. There was a conscious choice to pick YouTube over Facebook just due to the way the Facebook promotion and ads and things work. If you promote things that are then not successful, it lowers your ability to promote things in the future. I'm not sure all the details of that, but that was one of the reasons why the decision was made when it's Zoom, we could pick YouTube or Facebook, but not both. And that was why we headed towards the YouTube stream. And so that equipment, though, that we purchased will allow us to take whatever is coming out of the broadcast booth and send it to at least one social media outlet separate from our contract with KMBT.
So currently staff operates that and not KMBT staff, correct? In terms of the YouTube broadcast?
So currently the YouTube broadcast comes straight out of Zoom. But the technology that we use, the equipment that gets Zoom to the broadcast booth, can also be used for a typical traditional council chambers broadcast to send the stream to YouTube or Facebook or a different social media outlet.
So that would be a decision. So say council did want to do this, then the decision would be who does it. And so would be included in the KMBT contract to have them manage it, or would it be an internal thing where staff would manage that? That's where I imagine that would go, right?
It's an internal decision. I mean, we have the capability to broadcast on Facebook, and this is a conversation I had with our communications officer, and essentially she felt that, again, YouTube was a better choice. And to whatever degree we put content on Facebook that does not get a lot of followers, it lowers our position when people open Facebook. So it would de-emphasize other content that we put on Facebook. And so we focus Facebook on shorter, pertinent messages, short videos. Lengthy things like council meetings aren't typically, in my understanding, I'm not a Facebook expert, it's not the best choice for the way to broadcast a council meeting, and it would probably lower our Facebook reach.
So that's something I would be willing to study, because when I was working for Vice Mayor Chaffee Jones, he was the chair of the Smart Cities Initiative in San Jose, and they had a pilot program to do this on Facebook Live, and they actually saw their usership increase. They had at one time 6,000 viewers for a committee meeting, not even for a council meeting. And so obviously it depends on how it goes, but I could say the opposite in that, you know, it could de-emphasize the messaging that we have, but it could also emphasize the messaging we have. So I'll leave it there. I'm happy to pass this as is, but I would like to make a motion whenever the mayor be ready, and if it fails, to direct staff to reevaluate the online casting services and bring back to council at a later date, whenever possible, no rush, what services we would like to decide or allocate a budget modification or whatever it may take for that to make that happen. So I'll leave it there if the mayor wants to proceed to other council members for questions or comments.
Okay. Do any other council members have questions? Next up is Councilmember Goldman.
Thank you, Mayor Klein. So how many, do we know how many people are watching this on the various media that we do promote? I do have streaming media out on.
So at the moment, we have 3 people watching on YouTube. For the Granicus web stream and the KMVT television broadcast, there is no metric to know how many people are watching at a certain time.
Have we ever done any surveys or anything to find out? Because a lot of people tell me they saw me on TV the other night or something in the council, and I kind of assumed that we were probably in the hundreds, or not thousands. But,
I'm not aware of us doing a survey in the past.
Yeah, I haven't seen numbers from that either. It's hard to determine cable viewership, but so I've never seen numbers either.
Well, okay. What about after it's up on the web as via Granicus? Is that do we have any feedback on that?
No, that is not at the Granicus Insight page. Does not track the number of downloads or views.
Okay. Well, fine. My personal feeling is that Facebook is at the moment not in favor, and I'd like to let them resolve how things go there until and stick with YouTube. If we could, maybe we could promote it somehow. Maybe a lot of people simply don't know where it is on YouTube. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and open the public hearing. City Clerk, do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
Yes, Richard Mellinger has raised his hand. And then we have Leah Melman. Richard, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Good evening. Once again, Mr. Mayor, honorable City Council members, I would just like to echo Council Member Fong's suggestion that as part of these discussions, YouTube and other streaming be considered. In my experience, YouTube offers a number of advantages over Granicus for sharing video, including making it much easier to share video at a specific timestamp. It is a standard platform. The city of Cupertino uses it for their council, their council video and commission videos. We've been using it for commission videos. I found it very helpful, actually more helpful than Granicus when I was reviewing the BPAC meeting where we discussed the active transportation plan. It is a much more user-friendly and just intuitive interface. I also think that, options like Facebook Live and other streaming services could make sense for our city council and commission meetings. I think this is a great way to drive public engagement. So I'd urge you to consider moving forward with Councilmember Fong's suggestion of providing guidance that staff look into, this sort of streaming and, YouTube archiving as part of the contract. Thank you very much for your time and consideration, and I'm done.
Thank you. Next up is Leah Melman, followed by Omar Din.
Okay, I've unmuted myself. Can you hear me? This is Leah Melman speaking as a resident of the city of Sunnyvale, and I also second Councilmember Fong's suggestion of making the videos available on platforms other than Granicus right now. I think that going forward into the future, having more areas for the public to access how the sausage is made, as it were, is more important. Certainly considering things like live streaming on Facebook. And I've actually gotten feedback from people now that we've started like Zoom meetings on, having council with Zoom meetings and being able to participate, that it actually encourages more civic engagement rather than less. So that is all I have to say on the subject. And again, I second Councilmember Fong's motion. Or it's not second, I support. Sorry, my apologies.
And the final speaker on this item is Omar Din. Omar, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Hi, my name is Omar. I'm also a resident of Sunnyvale. And I guess just like everyone else that's spoken so far, I also support the motion and the prospect that Councilmember Fong has brought up. I think generally I've been such a huge fan of the City Council meetings happening over Zoom and the way that that's been handled. And I think it's worked as a really good natural experiment of what it would look like to continue civic engagement through electronic means. But I also support specifically moving over to Facebook as well. I think, I'm also somewhat young. I recently graduated from school, and I do recall being on public bodies at school, both with the university and on student government. And we would actually put all our meetings on Facebook Live and find that our viewership and engagement in general went way up as a result of it. And I think especially as our city grows and, the generations move up, I think more and more people are going to be open to engaging through Facebook, and it's a really good avenue to do that. Thank you.
And David, that was our last speaker?
Yes, that was the last public speaker.
Okay, I will close the public hearing. Is there any other comments? Vice Mayor Smith? You're still muted.
I'm ready with the motion for item 1E. So I move item 1E.
Okay. Is there a second? Councilmember Larson?
I second it.
To your motion?
I appreciate the commentary. I wanted to get this item completed, and we can consider other items separately.
Okay, Councilmember Fong?
I just wanted to check with Vice Mayor Smith. Are you not open to a friendly amendment to pass this as staff of the rec for a 3-year contract with a 2-year renewal ability, and also add direction to staff to please bring this back in a study session format to council at a later date on the possibility of adding to a contract streaming services?
I am open to the friendly amendment.
Then I would love to add that if you would like to accept. Thank you.
And about does the seconder also agree to that?
I don't think the seconder needs to agree or disagree.
You also, okay. The maker of the motion agrees to the friendly amendment, but you also need to approve. I always thought. Anyway, do you agree? So yes or?
Well, I have concerns about that because to me, it sounds more like a study issue. And I'd rather take it up through the study issue process and not just give staff additional work in the middle of the year that hasn't gone through that review and prioritization process. So for that reason, I can't support the friendly amendment.
Okay. And I'll go back to Councilmember Fong in just a moment. But first up, Councilmember Melton.
Thank you, Mayor Klein. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great, awesome. Hey, I just raised my hand before Councilmember Larson got to what he said, which was, seems to me this is a study issue type thing. Councilmember Fong, love where you're going with this. And I think a very successful Sunnyvale process is the study issue process. I would be an advocate of let's get the agenda item across the finish line because we need to renew the contract with the station. And then if as part of a separate process, we wanted to launch a study issue about increasing engagement via new channels, I would love to let the city clerk and the communications officer run with that via a study issue process. Thank you.
Thank you. And before Councilmember Fong, before I go back to you, I just wanted to give you, my suggestion. So from a study issue standpoint, I hope please hold off until the next meeting as far as that from a study issue. Please talk to the city manager at your next one-on-one to see if this can be done. And I'll also bring it up with him on what can be done in the meantime, whether or not it needs to be a full study issue. And, let the city manager and the city clerk and our communications director look at that, but we'll go. So I'm in support of the current motion. I do think that increasing public outreach, however that is, and what other feeds we can put this meeting into is only better for the city. That being said, I almost prefer it not to be a study issue if staff can evaluate it in the meantime. But if they can't, then it goes through the study issue process, and I think that's good. That being said, if you want, you can make a formal amendment or a replacement motion if you really want, but I'll leave that up to you. So Councilmember Fong.
Yeah, I appreciate the input of my colleagues. The reason I'll support this motion as is in the original motion, as I see the direction it's going. The only reason I didn't want it to go to the study issue process is for several reasons. One, it delays the process. Two, we have seen a surge in a lot of youth in the recent years who are looking to get engaged with the city council, and I wanted to capitalize on that. And three, we've seen a study issue that I was very thankful to my colleagues for prioritizing this past cycle of a formal smart cities initiative where we would have hired a consultant that probably would have recommended this as one of the strategies. Unfortunately, due to all the things we have going on with our IT department, it did not make it above the line, and I understand that. And that's my fear for a study issue, is that we may prioritize it next February, March, and then budget it in May, and then it may fall short of the line again due to whatever things we may be taking care of, especially with recovering from COVID. And so I am very thankful to my colleagues. I will reach out to you, City Manager Steffens, and I hope to have a meeting with Jennifer and the social media strategy person. And I look forward to supporting this motion. Thank you very much, colleagues, for the time.
Thank you, Councilmember Fong. Does anyone else wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, City Clerk, may we have the voice vote?
Yes, first up is Councilmember Hendricks. How do you vote?
I think this is just straight what was in the packet agenda, so I'm voting yes.
Yes, that is the motion on the table.
Councilmember Fong?
Yes.
Councilmember Larson?
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Goldman?
Yes.
Councilmember Melton?
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0.
Very good. Now on to general business. First up is item 20-0640. Adopt a resolution establishing vehicle miles traveled (VMT) as a threshold of significance for analysis under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. Adopt a council policy for transportation impact analysis, and find that the action is exemplary. Is there a staff report?
There is. Can I get the presentation, David?
We can't hear you. Whoever's trying.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, sorry about that. I must have been talking quiet, which is not normal for me. All right. Okay, here we go. Good evening. My name is Amber Blasinski, and I will be starting the presentation on VMT. My colleagues from Public Works, Dennis Ng and Karen Mack, will also be participating in the presentation. Dennis is the manager of traffic in the transportation division, and Karen Mack is our VMT specialist. So just a reminder of how we got here. We started with our first council study session back with you in October. We then created a VMT website back in November. We had a community outreach meeting in December of last year. And then we returned to you all back in April. And we went to the Planning Commission last Monday, and now here we are. So to understand how we got to the draft policy you have before you, it's important for us to walk through our path over the last 2 years. The technical evaluation began with understanding how VMT affects plan development in Sunnyvale and how to align a policy with the city's general plan and the climate action plan. VTA played a key role in the transition from LOS to VMT by forming a task force that included all of the cities in the county and met monthly for the last 18 months. The task force allowed all of the jurisdictions in the county to pool resources and gave cities an outlet to share ideas. Additionally, through contributions by each city, VTA hired Fair & Pierce to create heat maps for the county and develop the countywide VMT evaluation model that can be used to test development projects. Another necessary step in drafting the policy was for staff to review the technical advisory published by the state's Office of Planning and Research. This document provided guidance to jurisdictions in the establishment of a baseline, thresholds, and recommended exemptions. In addition to these other stops on our path to the policy, staff also researched and studied VMT, attended VMT webinars, and continued to coordinate with other cities, VTA, and OPR to vet our policy ideas and recommendations. So aligned with the state's recommendations from the technical advisory, as a part of the draft policy, staff is recommending that certain development should be exempt from VMT analysis because it is assumed to have a less than significant, or it's presumed to reduce VMT, and therefore those projects would have a less than significant impact if they meet the criteria shown below. So that would be developments within a half-mile radius of transit stops with 15-minute frequency during peak hours. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit more on the next slide. Small infill projects of 110 trips or less, local serving retail of 100,000 square feet or less, city facilities, affordable housing of at least 25% affordability, and it's further described in the policy, and residential and office R&D projects that are screened out on the VMT heat maps based on the city's adopted threshold. Oops, sorry. All right, sorry. So the exemption for projects in proximity to transit is predicated on the assumption that the proposed development is the type that would reduce driving alone. This would be facilitated by projects that have the following characteristics. They are at least 75% FAR for office and R&D, or 35 dwelling units an acre for residential, that they would support or promote multimodal transportation, that they do not propose excessive parking, and that the projects are transit oriented in design. In order to illustrate the half-mile transit exemption, the mint green buffer shows land within a half-mile of existing major transit stops or high-quality transit corridors. In addition, the blue lines, the darker blue lines, represent the specific plan boundaries within Sunnyvale. As you can see, most of Sunnyvale's planned growth falls in these transit supported areas, and therefore this policy exemption would align with the city's general plan. So in summary, the Sunnyvale's VMT policy meets the state's goals, it meets the city's goals, and it also maintains our transportation network with continued use of local transportation analysis. So in order for staff to decide on our recommendation of the countywide baseline for residential and employment VMT and the 15% reduction threshold, we needed to develop a policy that would align with the implementation of the general plan. The other options for baselines are the regional baseline, which includes 9 Bay Area counties, and the citywide baseline. This pro and con chart, which is further evaluated in the attachments to the staff report, summarizes staff's conclusions when measuring VMT in Sunnyvale for residential projects. And I'll do the employment diagram on the next slide. In summary, the countywide baseline is the one that aligns best with the general plan policies and planned growth in the city. The first row evaluates the VMT baseline in Sunnyvale and ease of meeting the VMT threshold. You can see that the countywide average falls between the citywide and regional, with the citywide VMT baseline being the most difficult to meet and the regional baseline being the easiest to meet. The second row evaluates alignment with the general plan. In reviewing specific project examples, which we'll show you in a minute, we found that using the citywide average, favorable residential projects in areas with good transit would still require mitigation to meet the threshold. Using the countywide average, good land use placement near transit meets the VMT threshold. At the regional, the regional average is not much different from the countywide average in this case, but allows for a little less mitigation required for development within the city. The third row evaluates the ease in building out the multimodal transportation network. Again, looking at the 3 levels of transportation improvements, under the citywide baseline, the city would be wholly responsible to fund and implement mitigation within Sunnyvale. Under the countywide baseline, many transportation projects would occur with cost sharing between cities, similar to the way we currently do things. And with the regional baseline, Sunnyvale may be required to mitigate large regional improvements that take time and do not always directly benefit Sunnyvale, like BART improvements or similar regional projects. And lastly, we evaluated the availability of mitigation for projects to meet the VMT threshold. Under citywide, the VMT threshold is so low that TDM measures were required even for residential projects that are close to transit or in planned growth areas. This could make residential development difficult or less feasible, and also could create a hardship on the city to monitor trip reduction associated with residential development. For countywide, the VMT threshold could be met by placing projects near transit or planned growth areas, while they would still also have to participate in the city's current multifamily transportation demand management program. And for regional, it would allow residential projects to go in more areas of the city, even potentially in areas not planned for growth. Oops, sorry. David, I'm not getting oh, got it. Okay. And then on the employment side, there's a swap of the citywide and regional. So the citywide threshold becomes the easiest to meet and the regional becomes the most difficult, with countywide in the middle of both. For general plan alignment, the citywide threshold requires little or no mitigation in most of the city, even if a project was not located near the city's planned growth areas or near transit. The countywide threshold could be met or mitigated by placing projects in the city's planned growth areas, areas with access to travel. The regional threshold would be a little more difficult to develop without mitigation, and in some cases may result in having to adopt significant, an overriding consideration with significant and unavoidable impacts, even for projects located in planned growth areas. The multimodal comparison has the same merits just discussed in the residential table. Finally, in terms of mitigation for employment projects, the citywide baseline would not require mitigation for most employment projects, regardless of placement. The countywide baseline allows development to occur where the city has planned for it with acceptable mitigation. And the regional baseline would have the most drastic mitigation measures on development in Sunnyvale and may result in some cases where impacts are just not mitigatable. We will illustrate some of these points when we review 2 project examples in a few slides. Sorry, David, I'm not getting, thank you. So to summarize staff's recommendation in the council policy, we suggest use of the countywide average baseline because it best aligns with our general plan goals, is consistent with current coordination programs, and is within local control. We recommend the 15% reduction for the threshold because it will promote goals consistent with the Climate Action Playbook, Sunnyvale General Plan, and appears to be consistent with other jurisdictions in our county, while also aligning with the state's recommendations. And finally, staff recommends the exemptions as discussed in the previous slides and is further detailed in the policy. So now I'll turn it over to my colleague Dennis to discuss some project examples.
Sure. Thank you. So the next two slides, we've analyzed past development projects that the city has approved using our VMT tool to see under different thresholds and baselines what the impacts would be. So the first project is the Calstone Mixed Use Residential Project. This was a redevelopment of an industrial site into a residential site with office and retail. The project is located near Lawrence Station, Lawrence Caltrain Station. It would meet the criteria proposed under the state recommendations and the policy that we're proposing for a transit exemption. For this project, we analyzed citywide and countywide baselines using a 15% reduction threshold. So the existing average baseline VMT under citywide is 10.34, and then under countywide is 13.33. Applying the 15% threshold reduction, it requires that projects meet an 8.79 threshold and under citywide, or a 11.33 under countywide. As you can see, under citywide analysis, the project requires additional 4 items of mitigation in order to reduce the VMT below the required threshold. Under countywide baseline, the project does not need any mitigation. Next slide, please. The next project is the 1AMD project. This was a redevelopment of a corporate campus, office campus, into residential with low income and below market affordable housing. This project aligns with the general plan and is located in a good area, as in an appropriate area of the city, bringing housing and low and affordable housing into a job center. And under this project, we analyzed citywide baseline under a 15% threshold reduction, countywide under 15%, 16.5, and also 25% reductions. As you can see, under the citywide baseline, the project we applied 8 mitigation measures to it, but the project still did not lower the VMT to the required threshold of 8.79. This shows that it would be very difficult for this project to mitigate itself. Under countywide, the project did not require any mitigation under any of the threshold levels of 15, 16.5, or 25. Next slide, please. Within the policy, we also recognize that the city is still required to comply with the congestion management program. Even though LOS is not used as a transportation environmental impact analysis tool, we're still proposing to use LOS to comply with congestion management program in order to continue complying with it and to receive gas tax funding. Under this measure, the CMP compliance would no longer be tied to CEQA, and we would still be analyzing regionally significant intersections and proposing intersection mitigations in order to maintain capacity at these locations. Next slide. We're also proposing to establish a local transportation analysis within our transportation policy. And this will continue the usage of LOS to ensure safe, efficient transportation for all users under specific scenarios, such as maintaining access and circulation for project sites, and then also looking at efficiency for traffic signalized intersections, and then looking at traffic calming measures to ensure that projects are not intruding or degrading residential neighborhoods or surrounding neighborhoods. Next slide. So we looked at also surrounding jurisdictions within California and within Santa Clara County. Here you'll see that the vast majority of agencies that have either adopted VMT policies or are getting ready or proposing VMT policies, that they've all maintained and continued usage of LOS in one form or another. And then the majority have also all have adopted 15% thresholds. What you'll see is that amongst all the agencies, they vary between countywide, regional, and citywide baselines. Next slide. So finally, before you have staff is proposing before you three alternatives for your consideration. Staff's recommendation is for alternative 1, but within alternatives 1 and 2, there are 4 items that we are asking that council adopt. One is adopt VMT as the CEQA threshold of significance. 2, adopt a baseline, and that could be citywide, countywide, or regional. Staff is recommending countywide baseline. 3, adopt a reduction threshold. Staff's recommendation is 15%. And then finally, adopt a council policy that lays out the baseline thresholds, exemptions, and the process and the local transportation analysis. And then next slide. So with that, we have finished our presentation and are available to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do my colleagues have any questions of staff? First up is Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Klein. I think this was a great staff presentation. Amber and Dennis, really appreciate it. And Dennis, I think I have some questions for you on page 12 of the presentation. And I don't know if the city clerk can bring that back up, but I wanted to express my gratitude that staff took the time to sort of retroactively go back and look at an actual project in Sunnyvale as though we had this new regimen in place. And I think what I take away from the AMD example, which by the way, was a tremendously successful thing here in Sunnyvale and is currently being constructed. I think, Dennis, what this is telling me is if Sunnyvale is using countywide minus 15%, then AMD wouldn't have had to do any mitigation measures. I'll start with that as a question. Is that what this FOIL is telling me?
Yes, what you can see under the countywide 15% row is that the threshold would have been required to meet was 11.33. Just by simply adding the project onto the site with no other mitigation, adding residential lowers the VMT to 9.98.
Just by doing the project itself, it already meets countywide minus 15%. And then this first row is telling me that if we had citywide minus 15% as the threshold, and even if the developer had done these 8 mitigation measures, it still wouldn't have hit the threshold.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I'm tracking. This is, by the way, once again, this is a really helpful example to contextualize. And then I don't recall the 8 mitigation measures, Dennis, listed on the foil here as being actual things that the developer did at 1A and D. So I think these are just sort of hypothetical mitigation measures that an applicant could do. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so these were just sort of hypothetical things, but still very helpful to contextualize. And then if a project comes forward and everybody agrees that it's in the public interest, but it's not quite meeting the threshold, this new VMT CEQA threshold, could council still do a statement of overriding considerations? Is that still a trick we have in our bag if we want to do the project?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I got it. And then can you go to page 11? And I just want to quickly confirm my understanding on the Calstone project. So I think what this is telling me is even if we had a citywide minus 15% threshold, that the Calstone project would have made it because they're just doing the project with a lot of residential, and even with these required mitigations, they still get below city minus 15%. Is that a correct statement?
No, under this project, you would need to do the required mitigation for it to get to below the 8.79 EMT threshold.
Yes, I'm tracking. Yeah. So to get to the citywide minus 15%, they could do it, but they would have had to do the 4 things that you listed in the column there.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Once again, very helpful to have these 2 foils, Dennis and Amber, and thank you very much, Mayor Klein.
Thank you very much. Thanks for those questions. Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll echo Councilmember Melton's thanks for that analysis that staff did. It was really helpful to see how some current projects that we're all familiar with were already reducing VMT below what was already there. So it's really good to see that the projects that we get based on the general plan and policies that we already have in place is already bringing us projects that lower VMT. So that was really good to see. And then the one question that just occurred to me recently was with the shelter in place going on in COVID-19, there's a lot less traffic right now. And I could imagine that could affect the baseline for VMT if that baseline is based on actual traffic counts. And then even after shelter in place is over, that new baseline could then be in effect for some period of time. Could you explain how is that existing VMT determined, whether it's through actual trip counts or modeling, and how might it be affected by shelter in place?
So I'm going to go ahead and let Karen Mack speak about that if she's ready.
Can you hear me? Good evening. This is Karen Mack. When they establish baseline measures, as you saw from the earlier slides, you could establish a citywide, countywide, and regional. They use the MTC is actually the where all the data is used that gets migrated down to the VTA. So the VTA, the MTC would use the California Household Survey. They would use census data. They would use local information provided by cities and counties. And they create a model for the state of California. Then cities or counties migrate pieces of that model to their very own cities. It takes a long time and a lot of data in order to create this model. And then that model is used to create the baselines, which is basically the total vehicle miles traveled divided by the population. For these 3 baselines, the population could be the city of Sunnyvale, it could be the county of Santa Clara, or it could be the 9 Bay Area County. So that's how they came up with that VMT measure. There is so many variables that would require us to keep changing it, such as COVID-19, or even a new BART coming to San Jose is huge. And so they have to be careful about picking times that to update. And so this state, MTC typically does update their models. They continually update the information. However, for processing, for land development, we have to have some stability. And so in answer to your question about COVID, I would think that they would not update the model to account for COVID. What they will do is there are several studies going on. I was just researching that today, the effects of COVID on transit. You can look them up. They're happening now. And they are estimating that it'll be at least 4 years before this period will hopefully right itself. And then I think at that time, when we do transportation planning, we try to use the most typical conditions, not really atypical conditions. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, thank you. So that's good to hear that there's some discretion in the process of setting these numbers, because I would hate to put ourselves in a position where we have to pass a number of statements of overriding consideration for maybe several years, simply because our baseline is artificially low, and for no other reason. So that's good to hear. It also sounds like regardless of which type of baseline we select, it's MTC who's doing the number crunching. And so it's not a matter of we control the numbers versus someone else control the numbers. It's really just, they give us, they provide several different calculations, and we choose which of those calculations we're going to standardize on. But in any case, they're doing that.
Yes, we all start with the same data to try to be consistent with other counties and within the state of California.
Right. Okay.
I think too, also to just to add on a little bit, we don't see this policy as being, the end all. This is very new, and I think under the circumstances, we are going to see some legal disputes that work their way through courts, hopefully not in our city, but in other cities probably. And I think it will start to, it will influence how the state's technical advisory looks in the future. And so I don't think this is, the last time we're going to come talk to you about VMT, and we've made the perfect policy. And so I think, we'll be back. And if we don't think things are working because we're having to adopt overriding considerations, we'll definitely revisit that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next up is Vice Mayor Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad that you mentioned the overriding considerations, because it's not like there won't be any in this plan. It depends on where the project is located, and I think staff has done a good job to pick strategically where we can promote building housing, where it makes sense near transit, and I think that's very wise. But that's not to say that there won't be projects with overriding mitigations, correct?
Yeah, there may be. It'll depend on. It's likely more that it would be a new project, something that's not planned for currently, that doesn't fall into the exemptions and isn't, is in a red area potentially on the heat map. So that could happen. I think choosing the countywide baseline was us trying to align best with the general plan to hopefully avoid those types of situations, which we've seen a lot lately with LOS.
Okay, so I wanted to explore a little bit about the mitigation measures that you mentioned. I understand that the the Planning Commission was interested in unbundled parking, and you mentioned it as a possible mitigation required here on the list. And I've certainly seen some of these come up on various projects, but I was just wondering, have there been any unbundled parking projects in Sunnyvale? It doesn't seem like we're really geared to do that very well.
No, we don't actually currently allow that in our municipal code. So I guess, you know, it could possibly be requested through, you know, through an ulterior way, like a development agreement or something along those lines. But as of now, we haven't seen any unbundled parking. It is included in the multifamily TDM toolkit as a potential future thing that we could consider. I think, you know, those mitigation items that you see listed there, those aren't, you know, those aren't necessarily the exact mitigations that we have to use. A lot of times with our employment projects, we actually just require a reduction in trips, and then we leave it up to the developer to actually make that reduction without getting heavily involved in what items they choose. With residential, we haven't really done that because we haven't actually set any parameters for monitoring driveway counts on residential properties. It'd be really difficult on ownership residential properties to have trip reduction requirements, because that would really fall on an HOA, which, you know, isn't really suited to do those types of things. So, you know, this is a new realm for us. And when we get projects and they need to mitigate, we have to, you know, work through the mitigation measures and decide, you know, what is feasible for the city to administer, while also, you know, for the developer to be able to achieve that reduction.
I seem to recall the St. Anton project on El Camino wanted some relief on the parking requirements, and they were presenting it like that they needed an extra floor of parking that could have been housing if they could have gotten some relief on parking, but we just didn't really have the mechanism to allow them to do that. So I do think that I just wonder if you could explain a little bit about how staff interpreted the recommendation from the Planning Commission regarding the unbundled parking.
So we recommended that if, you know, the council is interested in that idea being explored further, that, you know, you would potentially sponsor a study issue, or maybe the Planning Commission would. It's not really a part of this decision. It doesn't have to do with the policy or what we're discussing tonight in terms of what your action is. So that would just be a different avenue.
Well, thanks for clarifying its appearance. I think this is a good, you know, I'm favorably inclined toward this decision. So thank you for the thoughtfulness.
Thank you very much. Next up is Councilmember Goldman.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Klein. I thought it was like fifth or something. Okay, well, I had a wonderful discussion with some staff earlier today. A lot of fun was had by all. And I did still have some questions though. One is, if you look at slide 15, which shows the current adopted and proposed policies, San Jose had citywide for residential and regional for employment. And so I guess the question is, well, I mean, I know the question is, I'm making it, why couldn't we do both? Because do the same thing as San Jose? From what you tell us, it's easy for residential one way, and but that would make employment hard, and vice versa. So let's take the easiest way possible. What's wrong with that?
So Karen can talk a little bit about that. She was a part of San Jose's team in developing their policy. So I'll let her go ahead and answer that.
I think that when you adopt your baselines, the intent is to facilitate your general plan not necessarily to conflict with your land use goals. So in San Jose, when they adopted a citywide baseline for residential, they were responding to their jobs housing imbalance, which is 30% jobs to 70% housing. They knew that they were a bedroom rich community. And so the citywide baseline was much more stringent for housing. For regional, San Jose was one of the big three cities that really everybody recognized as the big housing job centers, just because of the size. And so the region aligned with San Jose when you consider the impact of Oakland, San Francisco, and San Jose. And so that's why they selected the region for their jobs.
And I think just to add, you know, the council can choose different baselines for employment and residential. The reason we chose the countywide baseline over a regional baseline is, you know, the item about transportation mitigation and it not potentially directly benefiting the city of Sunnyvale, having to coordinate through, you know, the 9-county region. And citywide, we think, you know, that's not the ideal choice either, because it kind of just, you know, pretends that we think everybody lives and works in Sunnyvale when we know that that's not the case. So we think the countywide is the best aligned with our general plan as it currently is laid out.
Well, okay, I'm a little confused then, because I'm looking now at slide 8 and slide 9. Slide 9. Yeah, slide 9. On slide 8, you've got the regional, for residential, you've got the regional average, has the highest baseline and makes it the easiest to deal with. On slide 9, you show just the opposite for employment. The citywide is the easiest, and I want nothing more than to make your life easy. I mean, that's why I'm here, right? So why would we not do that?
Because the easiest doesn't necessarily align best with the general plan. The easiest could potentially allow for development to go in areas where we aren't planning growth. So it opens up the city more for potential development that doesn't, you know, align well with our general plan. Okay, so again, you're able to choose, you know, whichever baseline you feel is the best. But you know, the reasons, I'm just explaining our reasoning of alignment with the general plan.
Okay, but okay, could you give me some example of where the easiest would contradict our general plan and allow development where we do not want it?
So if I go into the heat maps, which I don't have as a slide, so they're the attachments that you received, the updated attachments you received today. And I'm sorry that I have to scroll through there. On the residential side, I'll say that it doesn't make a huge difference between the two. The baseline is actually very similar. So you'll see that in those maps, there is a little more green on them versus yellow. So that would open up, you know, whatever area that was yellow on the one map is green now, but yellow and green are both mitigatable. So on the residential side, you know, the regional choice or the countywide choice, they align pretty well. It's just, we feel with the mitigation that, you know, could be required for something that we're just not thinking of off the top of our heads. We may be involved in having to coordinate mitigation with the whole region versus just the county, which is how we do things currently. So again, it's similar on the, you know, it's similar, the regional and the countywide on the residential side. On the employment side, the citywide is the easiest per se. And you'll see that there's a lot of yellow area where that's actually outside of our specific plan areas. So that's not necessarily aligned with the general plan. On the countywide map, there's mostly orange and yellow in the area, in our planned growth areas, our specific or area plan areas, and those areas can be mitigated, orange and yellow. So that's why we felt it was a better match to the general plan. We also know that everybody doesn't live and work in Sunnyvale, so we felt that the countywide is a more accurate description of where people are coming from and where they live. But again, it's up to the council to decide what the baseline is, and we'll administer whatever.
In fact, as we know, 91% of the residents don't work here. I'm trying to get a concrete example of this. Something where if we did one way, we would have like high rises in middle of single family homes or something. Or if we did another way, we couldn't put up industrial buildings in North Sunnyvale. Is there any concrete example like
Well, no, because you're still facilitating the general plan. So if an area isn't allowed to, to have that type of development, I can't give you a concrete example of where somebody could potentially come in and request a GPI or something along those lines. I have no idea where that could occur. It would occur in one of the yellow areas versus the orange in the two examples.
Okay, so the countywide is kind of like split the difference. Is that kind of like where we are? It seems like it's kind of like in the middle.
Yes, we feel well. It is in the middle, but we actually feel that it is the best aligned with the.
Okay. The other question I had. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to add regarding why the countywide baseline was our recommendation. We have a lot of resources at the countywide. There are a lot of existing programs that the city participates in. There's all kind of transportation and land use. And so we feel there's so many resources already in place, including the VTA being the grant administrator and the CMP as well. So we think, all things considered, there's a whole host of resources that we think we can use to help us with VMT.
Okay, thank you. The other question I had, I read through the law, and it seemed I was a little confused. It seemed to say, on the one hand, that things that you don't want to do, evidently, is have high occupancy vehicle lanes, which to me seems counterintuitive because that speeds traffic flow. You have less stop and go, less pollution. And this is supposedly about mitigating greenhouse gas emissions. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. What the law says is that they would, a high occupancy vehicle lane that would be converting a mixed flow lane into an HOV would be exempt. But if we added a whole brand new freeway lane and said it's going to be HOV, that's what they don't want us to do, add more throughput. So yes, you are correct.
You want worse traffic? And that's why you would add a single HOV to smooth the traffic flow.
Well, the goal of the state is not to expand the roadway, right or wrong. It's to encourage mode shift, getting people out of their cars.
You can't do that. I mean, okay. Before COVID, I did a little quickie thing. I looked at Google and I did I said, okay, I want to go from here to like Amazon in East Palo Alto. If I drive worst rush hour in the good old days, it would have taken me about 25, 30 minutes. If I took the bus, it would have taken me an hour and 25 minutes. So there's simply a lot of places you can't get to by bus or train. And that's the way life is. Now, actually, this idea that if we don't want to make any more improved traffic works to the advantage of those who don't want any more growth because people will just say, okay, I can't deal with the traffic. I'm moving to Charlotte or Austin or something. But it's the inconsistency which I don't get. So you need a question. So I'm going to go to a question, which is, why are we not, okay, we are not, as I understand it, looking at the vehicle greenhouse gas emissions. We're looking at purely VMT. The intent is, of course, from what I understand, is to lessen greenhouse gas emissions, but they're looking at VMT for a electric vehicle as the same VMT for a diesel pickup truck. How does that make sense? I don't get this. I'm missing something, I guess.
So the state in 2006 adopted the Global Warming Solutions Act, and in that act, what they did is they mandated 3 things. They mandated that California needed to clean up their air, and in order to do that, they had to do one thing. They had to create cleaner burning fuel. So they did that, and so they had cars that alternative cars and cleaner fuel. And then when they did the report card, they realized they still had an air quality problem. So then they decided the second thing that next law that they enacted was better vehicles. And that's when all the electric vehicles and the alternative vehicles and better gas mileage vehicles, there was a big push. And so they did those 2 things. Then they did a report card and said, the VMT is still going up. The third thing we have to do is reduce VMT, because even if we increase if we have much more cleaner burning fuel, better electric vehicles and other alternative fuel sources, we still have a problem. And the problem is the sustainability, our ability to build roads bigger and bigger, and also our ability to afford to maintain those roads. And so, and our greenhouse gas and our air quality. So there was a 3-pronged approach, and electric vehicles was the second approach. And now VMT is the third prong in that approach.
Okay, well, I'm looking at Europe, and I'm looking at China, and they're going gangbusters on electric vehicles. If the European automakers don't have significant number of electric vehicles, they face collectively up to 18 billion euros in fines, which is a lot of money even for them. So I see electric vehicles coming really fast. But from what you're telling me, even if we end up with, like in 5 years, half the vehicles are electric, we're still going to be under this VMT thing because you just don't want to build roads. Is that right?
Well, we're still mandated at this point to use VMT as our metric, our transportation metric. And so until the state directs us otherwise, this is where we are.
Oh, okay. Well, this helps me make sense of something. I saw evidently a number of Sacramento politicians are complaining about the tyranny of VMT, and I'm starting to see their point now, because you're either trying to, what I think you're doing, please correct me if I'm wrong. So this is the question. Am I right in saying that you are really looking at 2 things? You're looking at VMT because you don't want to build more roads. You feel you've got enough. If you build more roads, you can just get more development. You don't want that. That's one thing. Okay, I can understand that. The other one is greenhouse gases. And you're putting them together, or not you, but someone is. And that's where I get lost, because if you're really after reducing greenhouse gases, that's a separate issue that should not be under this. You want to say, we don't want any more roads, fine. Okay, so why are they together? That's the question.
Thank you, Councilmember Goldman. This is state mandated, correct? And so
it is.
So you're not answering because you don't know either it's coming from above and we just follow order.
That's not true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Trudy.
I think a little bit your question, Councilmember Goldman, is a rhetorical question. You're making a point. You're expressing your viewpoint on it. What we tried to provide was that there was multiple different things coming together. And are they perfect? Probably not. Will they change? Probably. I think that's the best we can do to respond to your concern.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Ms. Ryan. You're always the calming water on the calming of the waters. I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Hendricks.
Yeah, hello. I had some other questions, but I wanted to start with, I'll address my colleague, Councilmember Goldman. I don't know why you're surprised that there is inconsistency in law that comes out of Sacramento. I'll just, start right there. I wanted to go back and start with the objective of what VMT is, what we're trying to do. And really what it is the objective of implementing VMT is to change to a new threshold. And it's a new threshold, a new metric for us to use for how we evaluate the greenhouse gas impacts of a project. Is that a correct statement?
Transportation, but
transportation.
They are related. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So that's really what we're trying to do is we're just changing based on state mandate. Where instead, where we used to use LOS, we're now going to use VMT. And we without getting into all the details of this, you showed some examples that said, well, here, under this set of parameters, we wouldn't have to do mitigations, or you're required to do mitigations. And some of those were like examples of sidewalks and things like that. If we have a project that comes through that whatever the parameters we pick, it doesn't need any additional mitigation. Like, for example, just doing the project gets it to the right threshold. Can we still ask for mitigations to be done?
Well, I think, Dennis can add to this, but I mean, we already require a lot of things. We require them to
well, that's really what I was getting to, is because, the thresholds we were picking said, oh, well, we don't have to do any mitigations. Well, we don't have to do any mitigations under VMT, under CEQA, but we have a bunch of other city rules that are requiring them to do all those mitigations anyway. So I just didn't want the public to think, oh, we were going to set a series of thresholds where projects used to have to do stuff and now they don't have to.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, that's really what I wanted to try and get to. And then,
Councilmember Hendricks, if I could just add, we try to use the word mitigation when we're referring to an environmental impact per CEQA and requirements for everything else.
Okay. So we don't have to do mitigations, but we're still going to make them do requirements.
Correct.
I like that. And then with the motion, if we continue on and still leave LOS in, because as Councilmember Goldman was pointing out, VMT doesn't really address traffic flow, and LOS address traffic flow. If we leave that in our mix, now we're doing what the state wants us to do to try and help reduce transportation impacts, and we can still try and look at what are traffic flow impacts. And if I was being really generous to this gives us the best of both worlds. Is that correct?
I mean, you're right. We're doing both. Yes.
Okay.
And Dennis can probably talk a little bit more about that if he wants to add something.
Okay. That's what I really wanted to go through, is that, we got kind of buried into the deep of the parameters and levers that are there. But really what we're trying to do is we're just going to take, acknowledge a change in how we review CEQA required mitigations. And instead of using this lever we used to have, we're now going to use this other metric to go ahead and set those thresholds for how we deal with it. And we still have LOS, and we still have our other policies in place to make sure that these projects are really doing the good things that have actually made lots of projects better in Sunnyvale, right?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So that was my first piece. I did have a question again to try and help Councilmember Goldman out. Do we have any information about if Sacramento is going back and taking a look at VMT to take into account electric vehicles? Because currently today, VMT counts an electric or hybrid or hydrogen car as the same nasty greenhouse gas generating mile as any internal combustion engine.
There's been a lot of conversation about that in the webinars I've attended, mainly from other jurisdictions having similar discussions. I'm not aware of the state actually going back and looking into these policies. Karen, are you aware of any? thing along
What
those
I
lines?
know is what happened prior to this. I don't know anything to date. That's changing.
I just think that's something for us to keep on the horizon, that we should, you know, we talk to our state legislators, is we need to tell them they need to go back and get non-greenhouse gas producing vehicles addressed differently under VMT.
Yeah, I think the difficult thing for them, not that I don't agree with you, is it's different in our county and or our region, the numbers, than in other counties and regions. So it's hard from a state perspective for, you know, but I agree with you. I understand what you're saying.
I could figure it out. And just for our massive listening audience, this county and this region has some of the highest percentage of electric vehicle car usage in the entire United States.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. And
And
then
I think one last thing about in the CARB, California Resource Board 2017, 2018 report cards, they acknowledge those facts that even with electric vehicles and cleaner gas, that the amount of VMT is going up because people are driving more. And so, so they are recognizing that that wasn't enough to clean the air up in the way that they are hoping to.
Right, but so I'll just leave it at that. Then I just want to make the comment about, I believe, and here, let's hear the public, but going with the county-wide piece, I believe is the best for many of the reasons you were stating, which has to do with consistency across our county. And we already have the one agency, the VTA, that already helps coordinate. And let's just say here, they're the easiest agency around to coordinate, makes it really easy to work with of what goes on. If we had to try and do that at the regional level, I think that would be significant issues for us and our projects to be able to move forward. And then I also just wanted to go ahead and say, we pulled in unbundled parking into this discussion. This has nothing to do with what we're talking about today. That has to do with what possible mitigations might be needed whenever any of these thresholds are triggered. And those are a whole separate set of discussions that we should have to go ahead and talk about that. And I'll stop right there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I have a few comments, questions. First, I also want to echo what my other council member said as far as the examples, you know, the residential and office examples. That made it a lot clearer. And, you know, definitely, as Councilmember Hendricks just said, looking at the mitigation measures, I think is important as we go forward. So one of the questions I asked to city staff in the Monday questions was how the city staff proposed numbers reflect or compare to the cities around us. And I don't know if you have that ready, but just to kind of talk about it, you know, as staff is proposing the 10.34 for residential and the 17.85 for employment, it's, you know, in comparison to the cities directly around us, you know, Cupertino, Mountain View, Palo Alto, Santa Clara, it seems like we're, you know, on similar numbers as far as those goals from VMT standpoint. Does staff have any idea the process that those cities went through in picking their numbers? Was it what, you know, we're basing ours kind, you know, on kind of specifics and the county-wide average and what our 15% reduction goals are? Do you have any feedback for us on those numbers?
So do you mean why they chose the baseline they chose?
Yeah.
Is that okay? So because the numbers are generated, you know, from the model, so they're just given to you. I think, you know, I can't speak for all of them. We've coordinated a lot with Santa Clara, who's recommending the same as us. And we've had a lot of discussion with Mountain View, who was at one point recommending the same as us. And I believe their planning commission kind of changed their course a little bit. And I think their item is being heard tonight as well. And I think, you know, each city has to look at their heat maps and look at alignment with their general plan. I'll tell you that Mountain View's heat maps looked even worse than ours on an employment side. So they had, I don't even know if they had any yellow areas, to be honest. And so, you know, I think they probably had to choose something that wouldn't put them in a situation where they were always, you know, having to heavily mitigate or adopt overriding considerations. And then Karen can actually talk about Santa Clara's because she's working on that policy as well. She's helping them. And then the littler city, the ones that chose citywide averages, I would assume it really is directly related to what their mapping look like and their general plan growth areas. But I'll let Karen talk a little bit about Santa Clara.
The Santa Clara Council is a very conservative council. And so they looked at the adoption of the countywide as being kind of a careful approach. They felt like with the safety net of keeping level of service, they could venture into VMT and still have the safety of looking at intersection level of service and operations. And so that's why they selected countywide, because it was conservative, but it still met the goals. And again, it aligned with their general plan. Their colors look very similar to Sunnyvale's.
Okay, thank you. And this is a question as far as the requirements for LOS continuing to be done. And so I asked this partially from council questions on Monday. You know, how will staff make a determination of when LOS is required and for how long?
I'll let Dennis answer that one.
So as state legislation has not changed CMP requirements. So in order to maintain compliance with congestion management program for the county, we are still planning on moving forward and for all projects looking at their impacts on regionally significant roadways using LOS. And then for local intersections, we're going to look at on a finer network of LOS impacts as they relate to access to the project site, and then also for any impacts to surrounding neighborhoods to make sure that the developments do not adversely affect existing neighborhoods around the city.
And just to add the parameters of what that distance is, as you know, compared to project size are listed in the local transportation analysis too. So a developer would know what the largest radius we would study LOS in or intersections in, and what the smallest parameter would be.
And it is part of the council policy that we're proposing for us to continue to do LOS. So if the CMP requirements went away, the council would have to revisit that policy to see if that was still a tool that was desirable for use in the city.
Okay, and we need to do the CMP program requirements also to meet maintain eligibility for the gas tax revenues, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then kind of going to that policy, because we need to continue doing that, I was a little surprised of and this is a nit, but it's may require as opposed to will require in the council policy. And I can't remember what the number is at this point, but is it will or may? It's how we make that determination, and at least for the time being, is it a will require LOS analysis?
It actually depends on the project size and the location of it. So dependent on if they are in proximity to CMP intersections and the size and the density of the project, it may require CMP analysis. If not, then we wouldn't require it of a development.
Okay, and so my only question then is, these guidelines that we give to the developers, and as we talk about streamlining and everything else, is that clear enough in the policy that's laid out that if as other council members have said, the state says, you need to have basically objective guidelines, does that may or will really matter. Or, the difference between those two words is very important when we start talking to developers and the concept of streamlining. And so I need to go back through the policy right now to see if that's clarified exactly what Dennis, you just said, or is it better to move from may to will in the short term?
Sure. So just to clarify, clarify, within CMP requirements, one of the thresholds that they put in there is that if a project generates 10 or more trips per lane, when it gets to a CMP intersection, then we analyze it. So that's the threshold that we currently operate under right now. Developers are familiar with that, and we're proposing to maintain that because we're not changing CMP legislation or regulations that PTA has established.
Okay, as long as it's captured in policy, that to me is the important thing, from making sure that if a developer comes in from streamlined standpoint, that they would not basically raise an issue that doing LOS is an extra burden that would not be normal. So as long as staff is fine with that, the difference between may and will in that policy.
And I think too, that we will make sure that we add language that corresponds to that in our submittal checklist information, so that it's clear that, and we currently have that type of language about transportation analysis, but I think, we can make it more clear once the policy is adopted to be specific to the policy.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, and it looks like none of my council colleagues do either. At this point, since we remain in a virtual setting, I will ask the public to use the virtual raise your hand button or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that they wish to speak. The city clerk will then ask you to unmute your microphone when it's your turn to address City Council. So I'll open the public hearing. City Clerk, do we have any members of the public wishing to speak on this item?
Yes, at this time we have 3 members of the public wishing to speak. Richard Mellinger, followed by Christophe LaBelle. Richard, you've been unmuted and have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, honorable council members. I want to raise a few points. There's been a lot of discussion on why we are transitioning from LOS to VMT, although I understand due to the CMT requirements, we have to continue considering LOS in at least some cases. Councilmember Goldman, you mentioned why, it takes me half an hour to drive someplace. It takes an hour and a half on the bus. That is substantially because of the level of service requirement. The level of service requirement has historically constituted a treadmill that you cannot get off. You improve the throughput of cars, you will induce the demand for more cars. Traffic will be worse than when you started. I know this because I grew up in Southern California and I spent a good chunk of my life sitting on the 405. They have widened the 405 several times in my lifetime, and traffic gets worse every time. That's what LOS does. VMT, by focusing on reducing trips, by focusing on reducing the amount people need to use their cars, actually, it reduces traffic. And it also is what will start to get us to a situation where, yes, people can get out of their cars. By emphasizing LOS above all else, we have built a transit system in this country where automobile owners are first-class citizens and everyone else is not. That's why we have such slow bus headways. That's why it's so hard to bike. That's why it's so hard even to walk in so many neighborhoods. I want to point out the switch to electric cars. It is not guaranteed that that will be quick or easy, and they continue to have substantial environmental impacts, both in terms of accidents. An electric Tesla will kill you just as dead as a pickup truck, and in terms of brake dust and particulate emissions, which are quite nasty as well. I want to pivot one more time. Staff's analysis on the Lawrence, the AMD project, I found very interested, and I'm wondering if there is some way that we could split the difference between the county-wide baseline and the city-wide baseline a little bit. The pure city-wide baseline seems like it would go way too far. You require all these mitigations that wouldn't even bring it to compliance. But at the same time, some of those mitigations would be really nice to have. And I'm wondering if there is some way that we could encourage developers to go beyond on that, or if there is some way that we could tweak the county guidelines so that there is a little bit more of a stretch, which will help us get to our CAP 2.0 goals. Because it's odd to me to go from, nothing's required to even doing everything doesn't get you there. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Next up is Christophe LaBelle, followed by Leah Melman. Christophe, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Good evening, council members, vice mayor and mayor. Just start by saying thank you to the staff for doing the hard work here. And I certainly acknowledge all the expertise you developed on the issues at hand. So appreciate you putting that into the resolution and recommendation before us tonight. I'm here to speak in support of the staff recommendation. And I'd say that it really ties back to the fact that our streets are still not safe enough. Our climate is certainly changing. And what we can do with VMT is to better address those challenges. So along the lines of what Richard and others have said earlier, I think that we can continue to reduce how much of a role driving plays in our lives, our society, our economy, while also making sure that we're continuing to be a city that grows well, grows sustainably, and encourages quality of life for everyone. So with that, again, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and recommend to the council that you follow as the staff suggests on this item. Thank you.
Next up is Leah Melman. You've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Okay, firstly, I'd like to thank the staff for the presentation. Actually, those slides helped clarify a lot of things, and I really did appreciate, trying to grasp the concepts between everything. And actually, I want to call out Commissioner Hendricks's summary questions for actually helping to enhance my understanding of what was going on, because I was having difficulty following all the analyses until there was a sufficient summary there. So I want to thank him for that. I also have concerns about using level of service, because level of service does prioritize vehicular traffic over all other types of, or vehicular access, I should say, over all other types of access. And that usually leaves other forms of transportation, including cyclists and pedestrians, on the shorter end of the stick. So, vehicle miles traveled, while not perfect, I think is a better measurement. And that although my tendency would be to go towards the more conservative city level of analysis, that adopting the county-wide as a baseline would be a good start, and that permitting ourselves to modify those enhancements or mitigations, whichever ones we're using for the various things, for each development would also be a good idea. And not saying just because we've agreed to this that we're not going to look at any other enhancements if they improve the quality of life in our city for people of all ages and all sorts of transportation modalities. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. We have 2 more speakers. Next up is Omar Din, followed by Ari. Omar, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Hi, thank you so much. Yeah, I think I just wanted to build on exactly what we've already been hearing and just add in 2 more points. And this is especially related to the points that Councilmember Goldman did bring up. I think, first of all, I'm by no means an expert, obviously, but I did study public policy in college. And one of the things we actually studied directly was the use of VMT as a metric, especially for eco-regulations and otherwise. And the important thing to note is that VMT is the more holistic metric. I think Commissioner Melman articulated it really well when she talked about how it takes other things into account. You know, with LOS, you just look at one specific geographic region, for instance, the Lawrence intersection of another street in Sunnyvale. And you might get information on how that's operating, but it won't lead into the larger context and the broader changes that need to be made in order to get the results we're looking for. And the second is that metrics both measure change, but they also lead to future change, right? When we talk about the bus availability and how we can actually get from A to B, having the right metrics that give us the right picture helps us decide on the best policies moving forward, which is why I fully support having VMT as the metric that the city uses. That's all I'd like to say, and thank you so much.
Ari is the final speaker on this agenda item. Ari, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Hello, City Council. I'd like to please go, support transitioning to VMT. I thought that what Richard said a couple people back was like, I totally agree with. Another thing is that LOS promotes like cars, and the way to of solving traffic problems is by adding more lanes. And this just adds to expanding roads and costs the city money. And it's honestly like not what I think most Sunnyvale residents want. People want to be able to walk and bike and take public transportation when it works well. And expanding roads doesn't achieve any of that. It kind of just makes our lives less good. When I think of Sunnyvale and like what makes Sunnyvale nice, I don't think of, oh my gosh, this is such a beautiful car lane. I think of, wow, like all that time I went biking with my family. And so that's why I'm in support of switching from LOS to VMT. Thank you.
Okay, there are no other resident comments?
Correct, that was our final public speaker on this agenda item.
Okay, thank you. I'll close the public hearing. And are there final questions or motion? Councilmember Hendricks.
Yeah, if there are no questions, I'd be ready to make a motion.
Vice Mayor Smith, is it a question or? Okay, go right ahead.
Yeah, I move staff's recommendation alternative 1, and I believe Dennis called out that there are several things he wanted to be able to see. One is that we're clearly stating that we'll be using VMT for CEQA, going ahead and picking the baseline for both residential and commercial as countywide, picking a reduction percentage of 15%, and then also establish the policy that establishes the baseline and the LTA. And Dennis and Amber, did I get everything?
Yes.
Yes.
Trying to pay attention.
There, Vice Mayor Smith.
Second.
To your motion?
Yeah, I'm going to try and be brief. I may have an advantage over some of you that I've had a whole bunch of discussions about VMT at VTA. So I've heard a lot of this stuff, and I want to thank staff for the work they've done. And in conjunction, I think you guys have been working closely with VTA as they've been trying to be the regional source to help all the cities work and travel through this. So I just want to thank everybody for their work. This is, as I mentioned in my comments, this is very simply, we're changing CEQA to use VMT. That's the new trigger or mechanism we'll use, the metric to go ahead and look at these things, how we evaluate and what do we implement as the mitigations for that are a separate discussion of what goes on. Leaving LOS, I heard some of the comments from the people well here, it disenfranchises other forms. I'm not sure I completely agree with that, because if we don't address the intersection or when we address the intersection for automobile traffic, we also look at pedestrian and bicycle impacts of what are done there. So I think being able to keep VMT at the CEQA level and still having LOS as a tool that the city has to look at is a good way to go. I also like this concept of the LTA of what you guys were saying, and then just being able to stick with the countywide number, as I said in my earlier comments, the regional kind of piece and aspect of that, and it lets us go ahead and continue to work with an agency that we already have the connections of how to operate and communicate with them. So I hope all my colleagues will vote and support this.
Thank you. Next up is Vice Mayor Smith.
Yeah, thank you. I have seen this discussion evolve over the course of, I guess, maybe 2.5 years, and it's come a long way. And we have not seen the end of this. So this is a good first step for the city. I do agree that some of the mitigations would be nice of their own merits, but that's not the matter before us. And I do support staff's recommendation. The county baseline with 15% is a good metric, and I hope my colleagues support it.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Councilmember Goldman.
Thank you, Mayor Klein. Normally, I would just write this off as another crazy idea from Sacramento. But in this particular case, it really bothers me. Nothing's more critical at this stage in history than addressing climate change. And this hijacks the whole thing by pretending that by in addressing some other things, they'll make a difference. People don't commute because long distances because they want to. They do it because they have to get bread on the table and pay the rent. So this is what's going to happen, which is probably not a bad thing, is by limiting access to cars, I seem to think is the idea. More people will just move to where they're not limited, like Houston or Dallas. The only real solution to climate change is going to negative. You have to get to not just zero greenhouse gas emissions, but negative 10% according to IPCC. By the way, I should mention Mr. Councilmember Hendricks drives an electric car, and Mayor Klein and Vice Mayor Nancy Smith have similar vehicles. I drive an old Prius, but the point is that climate change is way too important to be hijacked by this thing, and it may be a misunderstanding. I don't think a lot of people don't get exponential growth, but the number of electric cars as percentage of total worldwide is doubling every 2 years, and it seems to be accelerating with the pressure. So I fully expect that by 2025, half the cars sold will be electric, and by 2020 it'll be impossible to 2030. Sorry. It'll be impossible to buy an internal combustion engine. So this is just crazy, and I can't put my name onto something crazy. If they wanted to say we want to encourage busing, well, good. Unfortunately, people aren't taking them. I wish they would. I used to take the buses when I could, but ridership is dropping off a cliff. It's just not just here, but San Mateo and New York, everywhere. They're slow, and people need to value their time. I wish it weren't the case, but that's the way it is. If nothing else, I feel I'm a realist. I have the same ideals as everyone else. The people that question my ideas I actually agree with their premise, but I look at the reality, I look at the numbers. And if it's not going to work, it's just going to make life worse. In any event, I absolutely understand we have to do this because of the state, but I just don't want to put my name on it. So I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Yes, thank you. And very quickly, I didn't have any questions because I know that this is very straightforward. I'm very happy to see this get across. It's very surreal that when I was running for office, I gave a presentation on this in 2018 at the Sunnyvale Democratic Club because San Jose had actually just passed their version of it. And I was looking at those Excel sheets that were really confusing. And so I'm really happy that staff's able to get this across the finish line right at the deadline. knowing that a lot of it was delayed because of the county. But I'm really glad to see this move forward. And I thank Councilmember Hendricks for his leadership on the VTA board for all the input I'm sure that he put into this, especially with his specific things about electric cars. While I don't own an electric car because the cost of housing is insane, and I'm saving up for that one day to be able to join that club, Councilmember Goldman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Yeah, thank you. And first of all, I want to thank staff for all of their analysis of the different options. That was very helpful for me. I know that early on, I was concerned about not using the city baseline for residential, but I really appreciate not only the examples that staff shared, but also pointing out that using the county baseline actually aligns best with our general plan and policies. So things that we've already adopted, this is going with the county baseline best fits in with those things that we've already adopted. You know, the reality is that we are switching to VMT, and the question before us tonight is really what baseline and what threshold. I think going with staff's recommendation makes a lot of sense. And I wanted to just touch briefly on unbundled parking, because I know that was part of the Planning Commission's recommendation. And I think Councilmember Hendricks is right that that is something that we can look at later as part of our menu of mitigations and requirements. That's not really on the table for us tonight. I do have some concerns about unbundled parking, that it could basically shift parking from a project out onto the streets, because why would people pay for parking if there's free parking on the street? That may not be true everywhere, but that is probably true in a lot of parts of the city. I've also heard people say in the context of affordable housing, well, maybe we should do unbundled parking for affordable housing. And on a number of affordable housing tours that I've been on where that question has come up, the affordable housing developers have explained that, well, actually the way that the funding works for affordable housing, they really can't do unbundled parking because they have to present basically a spreadsheet of their expected income and costs, make sure the numbers work. And unbundled parking would be an optional expense for a tenant, so they can't rely on that income, so they can't count it. So there's really no cost savings to the tenants. It does not make housing more affordable. If anything, it makes it less affordable for those who have cars. So that's just one example of where unbundled parking may break down. And I think if we do decide to allow that as an option, it would be good to understand where it actually does make sense and understand better some of those constraints on it. So that's why I don't think it makes sense to look at it tonight, besides which it's really outside of the scope of what we're looking at tonight, but something that would really require some careful thought and additional study if we want to consider that. So I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up is Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Klein. I'll try to keep my comments brief because I'm very much in alignment with my colleagues. VMT is going to happen coming down from Sacramento. And I think that using the county baseline minus the 15% as the threshold is a good first step. Who knows where this will go in the future? And some things that might happen is maybe Sacramento could come up with a way of doing this by type of vehicle, right? Internal combustion engine versus hybrid or electric vehicles. And then at some point in the future also, Sunnyvale may decide based on facts and circumstances, which baseline, which threshold, maybe we use the county baseline, but with a subtraction factor of 20% or something different. But right now, I feel that consistency is a good way to do it. Keep it in the county, and we're going to be using the same threshold subtraction as neighboring jurisdictions. And let's see where this gets us in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'll keep my comments short also. I also want to echo the thanks to Councilmember Hendricks from a VTA standpoint. You know, I do think that that leadership and from a countywide standpoint, you know, defining and working with the county on what the VMT goals makes sense, and the 15% reduction as defined by staff is the right thing to do in the short term. And as far as the other measures in setting this policy, I do think it's important. And, you know, as much as people, you know, might have issues with LOS, it is required in order for us to meet certain requirements to get appropriate gas tax funds. So in the short term, doing both is critical from a city standpoint. You know, as and Councilmember Goldman, yes, I'm driving an electric car, although that is a hydrogen fuel cell car. So it's not, you know, it's not a plug-in car currently, but it is important to see that transition. That being said, you know, until the state legislator really looks at, you know, reevaluating VMT, and to a certain degree, when we reach a reasonable threshold of electric vehicles, either from an incentive standpoint or from a resident option standpoint of actually deciding that 25, 50% of the cars on the road are EVs, things conceivably would then change it at a state level. But in the short term, I do think that, you know, we have to do this from a city standpoint, and as Councilmember Fong mentioned, making it just under the wire as far as getting that requirement in. So I will be supporting this motion, and I hope other council members do. With that, City Clerk, may we have a voice vote?
Yes. First up, Mayor Klein, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Goldman, how do you vote?
Abstain.
Councilmember Melton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Hendricks?
Affirmative.
Councilmember Fong?
Yes.
And Councilmember Larson?
Yes.
The motion carries 6-0-1 with Councilmember Goldman abstaining.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is item 20-0633, approve a temporary eastbound Tasman Drive lane closure during COVID-19 to create a temporary pathway, and approve a budget modification number 30 in the amount of $30,000 and find this California Environmental Quality Act categorical exemption. Is there a staff report?
There is, Mayor, and this is Chip Taylor, Public Works Director. And good evening, Mayor and council members. It was a lot of hard work on that last item for Amber and Dennis and other people. So it was definitely good to see that get past the finish line. So that's excellent. So speaking of Tasman here tonight, as you can see in the staff report, we gave a little bit of history about kind of why there's not sidewalks on this stretch with light rail going in at a certain point in time. And as the COVID-19 situation came about and there were kind of lower traffic volumes in the area, there was this request that came in from the public to potentially create some sort of pathway along this area to create some connectivity. And so the mayor asked staff to look at this item and see if there was a way to accommodate or bring this forward to the city council for consideration and potentially use the council set aside funding for funding any necessary improvements there. So when we looked at this area and looked at ways to create a pathway, we had to look at several different things. We were looking at kind of connectivity in the whole area, kind of between Lawrence Expressway and Fair Oaks Drive. We had to look at ADA requirements to see how we can make sure that if we did create a pathway, we have to make sure that it can be compliant with ADA. And we were also trying to look for something that was cost effective as well. We wanted to, since it was going to be a short-term solution, we wanted to look at something that was cost effective. As we started to look at both sides of the street, the south side or the eastbound direction really started to stand out. And there's a couple reasons for that. One of the big reasons is there's actually a large chunk of sidewalk already on that section of street. So as you get down toward Lawrence Expressway, there's kind of a section from Vienna to Lawrence. And as you get down toward Fair Oaks, the sidewalk actually picks up kind of mid-block between Vienna and Tasman Court. And it kind of ends this weird mid-block section, and then it extends all the way to Fair Oaks Drive. So you have this piece in the middle kind of from Vienna until mid-block there that is missing sidewalk. In order to create the ADA connections, we started at Vienna because you can then go, let's say, from Lawrence Expressway to Vienna, use the access ramp at Vienna to get into this area where we would close the lane. And then you would come down, and we looked at Tasman Court as a way to then get back up onto the sidewalk through an access ramp, and then you would be able to go to Fair Oaks Drive and cross the street or go wherever you needed to go. We're also looking at the possibility of trying to connect to that stretch of sidewalk that's in the middle. So people who don't need an access ramp would potentially be able to just step up on there, and they could use that, wouldn't have to stay in the lane. But we also are looking at the potential to create maybe a temporary wooden ramp or a temporary asphalt ramp that might be able to shorten the distance of the traffic control that we might need, and then be able to bring people up onto that sidewalk. And that would shorten that stretch and likely reduce the cost some for closing a lane and creating this pathway here. When we looked at the north side, because there were a lot of questions about the north side and why not the north side. Again, on the north side, there's really no sidewalk anywhere along that whole stretch on the westbound side there. There are, let's call it an access point at Vienna with a little bit of, like a tiny bit of sidewalk, maybe about 50 feet or so of sidewalk there. But then when if you were to, let's say, connect to Vienna, you wouldn't be connecting to Lawrence Expressway. And so you'd be at Vienna, and then you would go all the way down, and the sidewalk doesn't pick up until right after the creek when you get to the newer developments there that was required to build a sidewalk. But there's no access ramp up onto the sidewalk at that point. There are only a couple of driveways there, and the driveways themselves, the slope of those driveways are designed for vehicles. They're not designed for a wheelchair or for an access ramp to go up. So you would need to construct some sort of access ramp in order to get there. And there are several utilities and things like that that you would have to be able to get around in order to get an access ramp or a temporary access ramp up there. And it would be more costly to do that because it's a larger stretch. We would really accomplish this by doing some flexible delineators that are attached to the roadway pavement, kind of glued down with some proper signage and tapering on either side of the this particular stretch of roadway to be able to move motorists over. We do have to not only put the delineators down, but we also have to monitor those, because if they break or something, we need to make sure that they're in good order. So we need to constantly check them on a regular basis. And with the volumes the way that they are now for traffic, certainly this particular lane could be closed without having any sort of significant impact on traffic. On kind of pre-COVID conditions, it does show that we likely need these lanes, even during obviously stadium events and things like that that are in other areas. There's a lot of traffic that goes along these particular roadways. So what we're proposing is to do it for 10 months or until the shelter in place or whatnot would go forward. So that's what we put forward as far as a cost for this. The cost would be approximately $30,000. The mayor had requested to put this forward from the council set aside for the current fiscal year that ends today, basically. The staff doesn't make a specific recommendation on the council set aside, so we would leave that to the city council to make that decision. And with that, I'm here, as well as Dennis is here for our traffic and transportation manager to help answer questions. And one thing that I want to point out is that this particular pathway that we put forward was kind of based on the original request of creating a pathway. It's mainly going to be for pedestrians. Some bicyclists in one direction may utilize this, or people that are of certain ages may decide to use this with a bicycle, but it's not some of the newer emails that have come in that have wanted bike lanes on both sides by closing a lane on both sides. This doesn't necessarily accomplish that particular task. So with that, I'd be available for any questions.
Okay, are there any questions of staff? First up is Councilmember Melton.
Hey, thanks, Mayor Klein and Chip. Great presentation, really appreciate it. And I'm with you, Chip. I'm really happy the last agenda item got across the finish line, and your team did a great job with that. Here's the one thing that I'm struggling with on this agenda item, and I think this is a positive thing. I wish, and I would like to see a much firmer definition of what temporary means. And I don't know how we're going to get to that. So here are some things that I heard you say verbally, Chip, just in your presentation. I heard you use the word temporary. I heard you use the word short-term solution. I heard you use the term up to 10-month period. And then I heard us talk about the county public health order. So is there anything that could be added to alternative one, if we get to that point, that would say temporary is defined as what, and then the entire community has a common understanding of when these changes would be removed? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly would love to do that. I mean, we have a maximum of 10 months, right? So that's what we've put in here. That's how much money we've put in there. So that's the maximum length of time. Because the shelter in place, we don't know what's going to happen, and we don't know how it's going to potentially ramp up, or, in some cases, even if some of these office buildings, let's say they can go to 30% or 40% occupancy, if that starts to happen, there may still be more traffic volumes even at that level of occupancy, because there may be less people using transit or less people using buses or things like that based on the orders and whatnot. So to some degree, we would probably just monitor this and see what makes sense based on the traffic volumes out there. And if we start to see any sort of congestion or issues, and then it would either be after the 10 months, so after 10 months, it would kind of end essentially, or we could bring something back to council earlier than that if we thought it was appropriate to end it because of the traffic volumes or the shelter in place was lifted or whatever it might be.
Yeah, okay, that's very helpful, Chip. And if you could do me a favor, if staff, could you guys just noodle on some language that would be added onto alternative one to make it perfectly clear that the absolute maximum length of time that council is talking about right now is 10 months. And then the other sort of subjective or hazy things, we're going to have to leave that to staff in my estimation, but I would like that added to alternative one to be perfectly clear. And if any members of the public have any thoughts about that, I would love to hear it during the public comment. Thank you, Mayor Klein.
Thank you very much. Next up is Vice Mayor Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a quick question regarding, I think, the staff report or the answers to the council questions. So this seems very much geared toward pedestrians. Is it going to be possible for bicyclists to use this, or is it very much geared for pedestrians?
I would say it's primarily for pedestrians. I think if bicyclists are traveling in the eastbound direction, likely they're going to get into this lane and they're going to use it for however long they can. So that's pretty straightforward. I think in the westbound direction, they would be kind of going out of direction travel, and it doesn't extend the entire way to Lawrence Expressway. But there are some age groups that may still use sidewalks, and so they may still use the sidewalk to get there. So there are some people that would use it, and that's why I kind of say it's primarily for pedestrians, but it doesn't serve as a two-way cycle track or anything like that for all cyclists.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Councilmember Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Very nice work. And also, I do agree the staff in the last one did a great job. It's just the state does not. So what? I'm sorry, I missed something on why it's limited to 10 months. Why is that?
We just picked a time frame based on, we were trying to put a dollar value to it and kind of estimating kind of how far out this might go to some degree. So it was just more of a guess on our part on how long to go.
Oh, so if what right now there's very little traffic. How much more traffic? Okay, compared to if like a year ago is the baseline. How close to that would 50% or 60% would it have to be before we have to say this has to go away because of increased road traffic?
Yeah, I'll see if Dennis is still on the line here. I think he might have a little bit better understanding of the traffic and what level. To excuse me, to some degree, we would just kind of monitor the traffic and see. Sometimes we go out there, monitor the traffic signals and see how they're operating to then make that decision. And some of it depends on, even during the COVID-19, if the traffic volumes are going through and there's less turning movements, that has a different impact. So it depends on how the patterns of traffic come back as well. But maybe Dennis can add a little bit to that.
Well, Chip is correct in what he said right there. It's tough to put in a exact number that we can kind of use as a threshold for when we need to have the lane back for vehicular traffic, because there's different things that would impact that need. Right now we're seeing, due to all the construction activities and a lot of more people are being out, not necessarily going to work, but then just going out for essential shopping or essential activities. It's more than what it was originally when we first went into shelter in place. So the best that we could do is, like Chip said, we just picked out a 10-month interval, and then it could be a little less, but then we'll have to play it by ear, unfortunately.
Okay, well, that answers it. It'd be nice I know for a fact that there are people from some of the large employers in the area, and I suspect by this time in the year, shelter in place will be a distant memory. I hope that the productivity increases they're seeing in working from home helps to continues, and we can continue this kind of pedestrian. I'm all in favor of biking and walking, just a matter of what's practical. So thank you very much for your presentation. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And next up is Councilmember Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First thing I want to say, I agree with Councilmember Melton's desire to put some more structure around what temporary means. I think, given the current lower traffic volumes and, the benefit to the folks who live on Tasman and their interest for this, I think it's easy to start this. What I'm worried about more is when we get down the road, how do we either end it or make it permanent? And I think both of those could be very contentious. Making it permanent would require CEQA analysis, traffic analysis, funding, a whole process around that I don't think we're signing up for tonight. And I can also imagine that if it comes back to council to decide when to end it, that could be a very contentious and difficult decision as well. So that's why I'd like to put some more structure tonight around what temporary means. And if we say it's 10 months and then, but that could be changed, but at least we have a starting point. I'd be supportive of something like that. I also had a question on the council set aside, because the staff report said that $70,000 remained, but I thought we had made 2 allocations out of the council set aside for the gun buyback program and the Heritage Museum. So by my count, there was about 33,000 left. Tim, what is left in the council set aside for this year?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We had just I'm pulling up this particular staff report. I believe we have a balance of 70 in there. Hang on.
Yeah, the staff report says 70, but
we didn't fund the museum.
We didn't fund the museum. It was only the gun
buyback. Got it. Okay, then I guess I misread something. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kirby. And next up is Councilmember Hendricks.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to be a little bit repetitive here, but I just want to go ahead and restate that this is primarily designed as a pedestrian bridge for gaps in the sidewalk. This is not to address, bike traffic or anything else like that. And that, as you stated, Chip, There are age groups of people and stuff that are allowed to ride on sidewalks. That's the group of people who are going to be able to say, can use this. Temporary, I think, is the key word in what goes on here. And I find it very interesting that all of a sudden, for something that we want to do, we're able to accept the visual thing where people have said there's less traffic. We do traffic studies where we do counts and stuff like that, and people come to us and tell us they don't believe those numbers. So I'm not quite sure why we just are accepting the visual piece of this. And as Councilmember Larson was just talking about, and Russ was talking about, we're talking about adding a service to what goes on right here. And it is extremely difficult to remove a service, you know, for any of us here that have had to try and vote and do that. So I don't think we can say temporary enough. And if we're going to state 10 months as the outside, that's fine. I kind of liked what my colleagues are saying, but this is what I had in my notes is I don't need it today, but I'm looking for more clarity on the metrics for when this would be returned. That's what I would like to be able to see. And again, we may not be able to do it right now because if we just say traffic volume, I don't think we have traffic measurements from a year ago, or do we have traffic measurements out there right now? Are we planning on doing traffic measurements while we have this in place? So I'm not really sure, it's going to be just this gut feel that we're going to place on staff to kind of go ahead and be able to measure this. And unfortunately, that's going to come back and that's going to get poked at really hard when this comes back at the time of being able to say we're removing this service, if in fact we get to that point. And I would just like to request, if a motion goes forward to do this, that we don't use the council set-asides. It's been a little bit of a tradition in the council here that using the council set-aside is for when we have a unanimous agreement on something. And I'm not convinced there'll be unanimous agreement. And for our public to know the difference between the council set-aside and a general fund reserve, they're logically the same thing. It's not like the council set-aside money is special money. It's logically the same money that we have in all the rest of our buckets for what goes on. So I would just ask my colleagues that if there's a motion to move forward, we just go ahead and take it out of the general fund reserve.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Yeah, our VTA leader hit the nail on the head with what I was going to say. I agree completely with those 2 points. It's kind of weird now that I'm your subset person. But yeah, I think the council service level set aside, I'm worried about the precedent this sets. You know, we're going to have lots of neighborhoods after this, if they hear about it, that are going to want that, which is fine. But I think it's better that it comes from the general fund today. And on the second point, I would love to see metrics because, you know, we're going to have community members that are going to say it increased safety, it didn't increase safety, I didn't know about it, whatever the metrics are. And we have to be able to say that this is how many people actually used this access point rather than there were 0 collisions during the 10-month time period. So rather than measuring it from a public safety standpoint, to measure it from a usership of a new service standpoint. Chip, could you respond to that? And what would that look like if it were in a motion here today of directing staff? Would that require another increase to this budget and staff time, or how would that look?
You're talking about actually going out and doing some counts or something out there to kind of monitor it?
Randomized counts of how many people are using this lane during a rush hour time period, whatever it is.
Yeah, no, I think we can, you know, I mean, I think it's a good idea to get some of those metrics anyway. And so I don't think that that's a problem from our perspective to do a few spot counts, you know, throughout the time frame here. I think that would be something that would be appropriate. So, and then we can get kind of the number of bicyclists, the number of pedestrians that are using it, and at least have a little bit of data to work with, even though it's not necessarily perfect. So I wouldn't have a problem with that. I think, you know, to answer kind of these other parameters, you know, about the temporary that I know are coming about, we have the max 10 months, I think, can be inserted in there. So that's pretty straightforward that it's definitely not going to extend past 10 months. If the shelter in place is lifted, so that may not happen in 10 months, but at least that's another kind of point there. And then, you know, I'll put this out there. I don't know if Kent will like it or not, but the city manager could have the authority based on the traffic conditions. And I know you want specifics on traffic. One of the big components to it is the kind of queuing analysis of if we start to see queues of traffic backing up toward Fair Oaks, Drive on Tasman, that's a big factor, right? Of, okay, there's a queue that's backing up. It's not clearing through the intersections. That's going to start to create some real traffic concerns. So that's a real easy one that people can see. You can go out there and look at the queue and see it happening during the peak hour and know, okay, something's not working quite right there. We need to change something there. So that's just a few ideas. And I know I threw Kent out there, so I see he'd light up right there.
I'll just add, it'd be nice to give staff some flexibility, because I think it's not just traffic volumes or the volume of people that might walk in this space. It's also, are there safety considerations? So do the pylons get taken out by cars frequently, so they have to be replaced, or where you feel like, gee, is it really safe to be in that space because cars are frequently invading it? I think as you go eastbound on Tasman, there's going to be a merge. So when you arrive at this, we're going to go from 2 eastbound lanes to 1. There's going to be a merge. That's where traffic potentially gets choked. And again, I think that's where there's also potentially more possibility of collisions. That's what we're going to want to monitor once this goes into place, and make sure it's safe for both, for all modes of transportation. And I agree with Chip that if it would back things up to Fair Oaks, that would be a problem.
Fantastic. I'm glad to hear that we can pass this as staff has recommended, and we'll still get that data. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And thanks for, and I just want to thank city staff for bringing this forward. This, and just to kind of frame where this came from, from my standpoint, during the first month of COVID, I was going along Tasman and delivering masks, and twice I saw either someone walking through the street because there's no sidewalk there, or walking through the ivy because there's no sidewalk there. And this to me is really important for people that live, let's say, east of Lawrence, trying to make it to one of the main groceries at Tasman and Fair Oaks that was missing for many years from a North Sunnyvale standpoint. So, that to me was the first time that I raised the issue to the city manager. And ultimately, in the last month or so, we started to get additional comments from residents on that same issue. So definitely, from my standpoint, one of the reasons why I wanted to bring this forward, and I'm not sure about the history for the council set aside, but I wanted to try to do this before the end of the 2019-2020 fiscal year, either from the county or from the council set aside was my main proposal, because we knew we had an additional, $70,000 there that hadn't been tapped yet, as opposed to going into the general fund or something else was the main proposal that I did. I hadn't seen the staff report, of course, until everybody else saw it on Thursday, and having some sort of metrics as far as and timeline as far as how we reevaluate, changing this. I've been in multiple meetings in the last month concerning how transportation is reimagined post COVID-19. We see here from a lot of our high-tech companies that they're moving to, either part-time or full-time remote distancing, remote work for an extended period of time. And so how traffic changes in this neighborhood in Sunnyvale, I'm not really sure. I thought that this was at least a stopgap measure that made it safer for residents to actually be able to, that are, let's say, east of Lawrence and, definitely as part of these mobile home communities, to actually get safely to Tasman, or along Tasman to Fair Oaks, which I thought was pretty critical, during these extraordinary times in which we live. So I thank staff for making recommendations as far as bringing this forward and figuring out what made sense from a mainly pedestrian standpoint, definitely from a VTA standpoint, and I'll ask Chip on this. I know that VTA evaluated this Tasman corridor for sidewalks and bikes, bike lanes within the last 3 years. I don't know if the city manager or Chip knows. From a final decision standpoint, they didn't make any recommendations for sidewalks, correct?
I think Dennis can answer that.
Oh, Dennis.
Yes. So VTA did look at Tasman Drive as a corridor from San Jose, Milpitas, all the way through to Sunnyvale. And on this segment, they couldn't identify any improvements along the route. There was some short gaps east of Lawrence where they could put in sidewalks. But for the majority here, it wouldn't be possible unless they took down trees or removed the travel lane or bought up the backyards or some of the mobile home park.
Okay, thank you very much. I see no further questions from council. So since I'll open the public hearing, since we remain in a virtual setting, I'll ask the public to use their virtual raise hand button or dial *9 on their telephone to indicate that they wish to speak. The city clerk will ask you to unmute your microphone when it's your turn to address the council. City clerk, do we have any members of the public wishing to speak on this item?
Yes, so far 4 members of the public have raised their hand indicating a wish to speak on this item. First up is Omar Din, followed by Richard Mellinger. Omar, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the city council.
Hi, Omar Din again. I realized I actually didn't mention it earlier, but I am actually a candidate for council from District 6. And so this issue is actually very personal because I live in the district and I've actually lived in Sunnyvale for the majority of my life. And especially in high school, I would go biking quite often down that exact route. I would go on Tasman maybe once a week. So I really support the motion at hand. I think it's a good idea. I think one of the things I was struck by while I would go down it is just how dangerous it is for pedestrians. Even though I know that this motion isn't about bike usage, it still affects pedestrians. And I really want to echo the metrics discussion that Councilmember Fong brought up. Like I mentioned earlier in the conversation on the last agenda item, I really think the more holistic our metrics are, the better the decisions we make will be. So having those metrics available will really make this natural experiment occurring happen in a better way and in a better way moving forward for when other neighborhoods think about implementing a similar thing. But yeah, no, thank you to the council for bringing up these considerations, but also to staff for the work that they've done and for the flexibility on timeline and metrics that they've indicated. And I think more generally, I really look forward to having discussions like these throughout the district, especially with residents of the district as this election cycle occurs.
Next up is Richard Mellinger, followed by Ari. Richard, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the city council.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. I would urge you to accept staff recommendation on this. I think it's a very good idea. The reason for the initial proposal of the westbound lane is that it removes the need for pedestrians to cross the street, or it removes the necessary crossing to get to the grocery store, because the grocery store is on the north side of Tasman. However, the arguments in favor of existing sidewalks, et cetera, does to me make a compelling case for the eastbound lanes. This is going to be very important. It is critical for the residents in the mobile home parks to be able to have access on foot to the grocery store. As you know, many of the residents of our mobile home parks are senior citizens, and as one gets older, it can become unsafe to drive. It is also unsafe right now for them to be taking public transit because they are an especially high-risk group. It is currently unsafe for them to bicycle on Tasman, and it is currently impossible for them to walk safely on Tasman. This is an interesting, I want to bring up an interesting point that this raises. In the discussions of, well, when does this go back? When does the carriage turn back into a pumpkin? There's this assumption that when traffic starts getting bad, that this should be removed. And I want to dig into that assumption a little bit because there seems to be a built-in bias there that the needs of motorists take precedence over the needs of pedestrians. But I want to point out that if we were to do a level of service impact analysis here, that the closure of this lane amounts to essentially a 50% impact on the level of service for motorists. But if you when you close that sidewalk, that temporary sidewalk, you will remove 100% of the level of service for pedestrians. So I understand the need to, maybe time box this. I understand the need to, have some conditions on this. We're going to have to look very carefully as things start to return to normal post COVID-19. But we do need to make sure, I believe that it's city policy that we need to make sure that we're looking at the needs of all users. And so I would, I think that the pedestrians, especially in this neighborhood, their needs are very important. And I would caution against simply assuming that, the needs of motorists should automatically take priority. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. Again, please adopt the staff recommendation on this. And good, that I yield my time.
Next up is Ari. You've been unmuted, followed by Leah Melman.
Hello, my name is Ari Feinsmith, and I live in Casa de Amigos, which is one of the mobile home parks along Tasman Drive. I've talked to a lot of my neighbors about the traffic and how Tasman is lately. And first of all, traffic has gone down like a ton. Like most of the time, there's like no cars, and if so, there's like a tiny trickle. Pretty much every time I talk to my neighbors about Tasman, the conversation comes to, where are the sidewalks? I want sidewalks. I wish there was a sidewalk. And it's just like, we need sidewalks. It's pretty basic. It doesn't make sense that we have four lanes of cars, and like not even like a full, like you could consider lane of walking space. So that's one thing. Another concern that I heard was about traffic coming back. As someone said earlier, a lot of the tech companies are going remotely. And the other thing to consider is that there are plenty of alternatives for commuting that you can go around Tasman. There's Persian Drive, which goes around Tasman. Also, worker commuters can just take other routes, 101, 237, to cross that west to east corridor. Yeah. And the one other thing I'll add is that with the temporary idea, I think that it would make sense to ask also just heavily weigh what the community response to putting in sidewalks, or not, this pathway is proposed rather. I think that we're going to see a lot of positive feedback from this. My neighbors are all really excited about a space for safe walking on Tasman. And having a safe place to walk is just important to me, important to the safety of all of us and for the safety of our children. And with that, I am done.
Next up is Leah Melman, followed by Harifa Oliver. Leah, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Hello, this is Leah Melman. I'm also speaking as a resident of Casa de Amigos Mobile Home Park and also as a candidate running for the City Council for this district, District 6. I have been speaking to Council for a long time regarding this corridor. I remember the VTA review of the Tasman Corridor project. And when I brought up the fact that this was a residential area which had no contiguous sidewalk, I was pretty much shut down at every turn. And I couldn't understand why a most basic right, that is the right of a person to traverse safely along a road, was being ignored in favor of vehicular traffic for what amounts to basically a half a mile segment. I also, prior to the COVID shutdown, commuted by bicycle from here to Palo Alto. And I also observed school children every day walking along the road, getting back to the mobile home park from the various local schools, and having to deal with that corridor. So I understand the issues with Tasman being considered a feeder road or whatever the corridor is, but quite honestly, there are transport alternatives for vehicular traffic to access the Fair Oaks corridor or the Lawrence Expressway corridor. And I feel that since this road goes down the middle of a residential area, because that's exactly what it is, the only non-residential thing is the new shopping center on the corner of Fair Oaks and Tasman. Before that, it was light office industrial. So to be honest, while I am welcoming this temporary solution, I will continue to push hard for a permanent solution, so that the priority is not for worrying about the safety of vehicular collisions, but worrying about the safety of people who are accessing the road, rather than having to cross 4 lanes of traffic and a light rail track to get to a sidewalk, because that's what we're doing now. And thank you. And I do appreciate staff's input on this analysis and providing, a coherent solution.
Next up is Harifa Oliver, followed by Martin Pine. Harifa, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Thank you. My name is Harfina Oliver. I'm also a resident of Casa de Amigos, and I would like to echo the previous
Can you speak up?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yes, I'm also a resident of Casa de Amigos, and I would like to echo the same concerns of the previous 2 residents. They said it very eloquently. I am also a mother of a 10-year-old boy, and to this day, I haven't allowed him to walk to the grocery store because of this concern with sidewalks. And if you were to cross the street, it's very dangerous to cross the light rail. Yeah, and I'm concerned about when he goes to middle school. We have a school that's less than 1 mile away. He could easily ride his bike there, but the current route would not—
A little bit louder again, please.
The current route for bike riding to his school would be prohibitive. So I don't feel safe allowing him to ride his bicycle. I'm also very concerned about the senior citizens, the seniors in our park, because of the lack of access to just walking to the grocery store. They cannot do that. And that's more than it's a long-term issue. And so I'm hoping this proposal will go through and it will provide the metrics to prove that it could also be a long-term solution. Thank you for your time.
And the final speaker who's expressed a wish to speak on this item is Martin Pine. Martin, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Good evening. I live at Fair Oaks and Taylor, so I don't live in the neighborhood, but I do back in the olden days when my office was open, commuted daily, usually using Tasman to get to 237 to head to the East Bay. So first of all, I would like to echo the thoughts of the previous speakers regarding that it's honestly embarrassing that Tasman doesn't have a sidewalk going along the entire street. Like, that is something that should be a thing. But the main reason I actually wanted to speak is I have some experience in knowing what Google Maps recommends when you're trying to get from where I live to the East Bay, and it usually recommends going through Tasman. But oftentimes if the Fair Oaks is congested for whatever reason, it will actually suggest that I turn left onto Maud and go past Bishop Elementary on that street. And if you're familiar with Maud, it's one lane in each direction, and oftentimes there's a lot of bike traffic, and generally speaking, it's a little on the safety. So to be clear, I'm in favor of the proposal. I'm even in favor of looking at possibly making it permanent. I just want to make sure that for any such, and obviously right now this is not an issue given that traffic is so low, you can take any number of much less dangerous alternate routes. My main concern is just to make sure that if there was a traffic analysis done in the spirit of making it permanent, it is done holistically, so we're not just diverting traffic onto streets like Maud that we do not want to divert traffic, and instead we'd be diverting traffic onto Central or Persian or 101 or streets that can handle it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that was the final speaker for this agenda item.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Klein. I just wanted to mention that I'm ready with a motion when you are.
Go right ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to do alternative 1 with a couple of twists. And so let me just dive in here. Alternative 1 is approve a temporary eastbound Tasman Drive lane closure during COVID-19. And I'm going to insert something here. So during COVID-19, comma, but not to exceed 10 months, comma, to create a temporary pathway and approve budget mod number 30 in the amount of $30,000 and make a finding of CEQA categorical exemption pursuant to guidelines section 15301C. And the other modification would be that the budget mod 30 would come from the budget stabilization fund instead of the council set aside. So that's the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up is Councilmember Fong.
Second.
Your motion.
Right on. Thank you, Councilmember Fong, for the second. I have to say, at the start of the conversation here, I was kind of on the fence here, but I think I can get myself across the finish line by looking at this from a couple of angles. I agree with Councilmember Fong and what he said about, can we measure for success and what success looks like in all of this. So I'm a proponent of that. I think I see the confluence of COVID-19 and Sunnyvale policy and very interesting dynamic that is unique to Tasman, which is a very tight right-of-way situation. So from a policy perspective, I don't think that absent the COVID emergency that we would be talking about this tonight as a permanent thing. I think because of the COVID emergency, we can talk about this as a temporary thing, which is why I'm so adamant that I really want a time boundary put into the motion. If we didn't have the COVID emergency, I'm pretty sure that we would be talking about this tonight in the form of either a study issue, or we'd be talking about it in the form of the active transportation plan, or we'd be talking about it in Vision Zero. But there is a reality that we have the COVID-19 emergency, and there is a reality that traffic volumes are lighter. And then there's also this reality that I think that staff discussed fairly well in the staff report of how we got to where we are today on Tasman because of the insertion of the light rail line. And there is just a certain amount of fixed width of the right of way. And the only way that you're going to do something different is take down trees or purchase property to reduce the size of mobile home parks and give us more right of way to work with. So on this particular agenda item, I can get comfortable by the confluence of dynamics here. I don't view this as a precedent-setting thing that can be transported to other situations just because of the uniqueness of Tasman combined with the COVID emergency. I also want to just say a couple of other things. I I agree with City Manager Steffens about giving staff some flexibility. So my hard timeline is measured in months, but if there's anything going on, Chip, from your perspective or Dennis's perspective, where staff needs that flexibility to adjust, in my opinion, you've got that flexibility. And then one of our members of the public mentioned the notion of built-in bias towards cars. I'll just say with respect, I don't see it that way. And I tried to talk about during the motion here, this interesting confluence of circumstances that we can do something because of the uniqueness of the COVID emergency and because of the uniqueness of the Tasman right-of-way. I don't see this as a bias towards cars. I think this is an interesting opportunity to grab onto a one-time situation. And I hope that my colleagues support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Thank you. I completely agree with Councilmember Melton, and I do want to give credit to Councilmember Hendricks for saying it first about the, forgot what the point was, but the things about the ideas of data. Yeah, using data to support blah, blah, blah. So happy to support. The reason I support using this from the council level set aside, not the council level set aside in the general fund, is because of the precedent issue. And oh, great, we're using community feedback and we're launching an item to discuss an issue that has come up due to COVID. And so I just hope that can be copied in some other way on a different item in the future. But I'm happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Vice Mayor Smith.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be supporting it. I understand the concern of my colleagues about making a temporary measure permanent. It's going to be very temporary looking. It's going to be, you know, a kludge, basically. I will just state that I do share the concerns of the constituents about the preference for cars. I mean, this is a corridor where people cannot walk, and it takes a pandemic to really point out that deficiency. And I just harken back to the days when I served on the County Housing and Community Development Commission. And one of the things that we looked at from time to time was installing sidewalks in areas in the unincorporated county where there weren't any. And here we have a city where there's an area with no sidewalk. And I'm hoping that some good will come out of this in terms of reconsidering how we use Tasman Drive to support pedestrians. But in the short term, for the interim, temporary relief for people who are otherwise stuck in without easy access to services, I do support this measure.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Councilmember Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too support this motion. I think that during this time, it's going to be a real of shelter in place. This closure will be a real benefit to the mobile home park residents who are going to be able to take advantage of this. I'm going to reiterate my concern that I think when we get to the 10-month point or whenever it is, when either we will end this service, which I'm guessing is probably going to be pretty popular, or start looking at ways to make it permanent. Both of those are going to be difficult things to consider. So, you know, just council, we need to be conscious of that in doing a good thing now, there can be challenges down the road. In terms of which bucket of money pays for this, I actually would have preferred to use next year's council set aside because the money is actually going to be spent in the next fiscal year. However, I recognize that whether we use the council set aside from this year or next year or the budget stabilization fund, at the end of the day, it actually really comes out of the budget stabilization fund. So it's maybe semantics. I think maybe using the next year's council set aside would have perhaps set a little bit of a guardrail on council for other projects that we might want to do. However, I think that's a very small point. The important thing is actually that we move forward with this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Goldman.
Thank you, Mayor Klein. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great, thanks. Anyway, I will support this. I think this is a great idea. One of the, this may be a silver lining in this whole pandemic cloud, in that we get to rethink some of the ways traffic moves, way people work. And when I agree, I'm grateful to Councilmember Melton for putting in the 10-month limit, because it kind of sets it up so that people realize they don't get too used to it. But once things start to come back, I think they'll come back a lot faster than people realize. A lot of people will have thought a lot about different things, like the employers, the employees. I've heard as many as 40% could work from home in theory, and something, maybe not 40%, but enough to maybe make Tasman a one-way, or make it alternate ways on different hours. Anyway, it's going to provoke, I agree, once you give this nice thing, it's going to be really hard to take it away. But I hope that when it comes time to take it away, it gives us a chance to look at other ways to handle traffic in that area. Because yeah, it's nice to walk and bike somewhere. So I'm definitely supporting it. Let's see what happens. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll be supporting this motion. It's during COVID-19, these are extraordinary times. And, I was part of all the VTA outreach, looking at the Tasman corridor and the lack of sidewalks and bike lanes in that area was seen to me as a big deficiency, and VTA really didn't have a solution. I saw this as a temporary fix, when I saw the problem in the neighborhood, and from a neighborhood standpoint, this to me was a difficult thing, especially with, we're trying to get people to have basically stay at home, and lack of a certain amount of public transportation viability. Conceivably, it would have been really nice if VTA had made light rail completely free, and conceivably some of the residents in this neighborhood could easily take light rail to Tasman and Fair Oaks. But from my standpoint, this was a quick fix that I would conceivably talk about a study issue, and that's one of the things that the city manager and I talked about when we were initially looking at possible solutions here. That, of course, as we all know, the study issue process is a much longer process, and to a certain degree, VTA has already studied this, and so looking at possible long-term solutions here might be something that a new study issue would look at. As Councilmember Melton mentioned already, is it part of the ATP plan? This is something that from a council standpoint will be coming in front of us sometime in the near future. And then as far as funding, I was trying to get it into this year's budget, in that conceivably I know it's earmarked for next year. That's often a common thing that we're doing. Whether or not it's from the council set aside or other reserves, doesn't really matter to me as long as this gets done. And I'll debate with Councilmember Hendricks on whether or not every council set aside has been unanimous in the past. I'm probably certain, seeing what the mix of council has been in the past, that those motions haven't always been 7-0. But from that standpoint, as long as we get this moving forward and I agree with Councilmember Melton, defining what the metrics are. And as Chip already said, whether or not there'll be big big events at Levi Stadium anytime soon, I don't see that in the near future at all. So I do think that this is a reasonable, effort to evaluate this, to install this as quickly as possible, and adding, important pedestrian infrastructure, some bike infrastructure for those that would be only biking on sidewalks, but in order to help, a neighborhood that really needs that assistance, especially during COVID. And we don't know how long this is going to last, looking at the numbers and looking at, how things have gotten worse in the last week or so. We're in for this for a while. And I think this is something good to add into that community. It is very unique from a street standpoint, and the lack of sidewalks or the lack of decisions that were made in the past to provide appropriate sidewalks along this corridor only make this more difficult. So I think this is a good short-term solution, and we'll look at the long-term effects after this. So I'll be supporting this motion, and I'm hoping that the other council members will too. So with that, City Clerk, we have the voice vote.
Yes, first up is Councilmember Fong. How do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
Yeah,
Mayor Klein.
yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Hendricks?
No.
Councilmember Goldman?
Yes.
Councilmember Larson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Melton?
Yes.
The motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Hendricks voting no.
Okay, and I have a request for a quick break. So let's do a 10-minute break and come back at 10:25. Thank you very much. I'm sorry to give that to you quick, David. Thank you.
I have no idea what he's doing.
You're unmuted, David. City Clerk, are we ready?
Yes, we'll take this down.
Okay. We will now reconvene the council meeting at 10:25. Next up is item 20-0046. Receive the results of public outreach in connection with the study issue to evaluate options for revisions to the Sunnyvale business license tax. Discussion and provide direction regarding a potential ballot measure for the November 3rd, 2020 election to increase the business license tax by removing the employee and rental unit cap on the business license tax. Is there a staff report?
Yes, good evening, Mayor Klein, members of the City Council. I wanted to thank everybody for taking time away from your fiscal New Year's Eve festivities and talking with us tonight about this important subject. So I'll be very brief and get council right to the discussion. But in March of 2019, council sponsored a study issue to look at our business license tax. This was a continuation of our efforts on looking at various general fund revenue sources to stabilize revenues to the general fund. By way of background, the business license tax was established in 1968, so it has been around for quite some time. Last major update was in 2005. It has been based on the number of employees over that period of time. The tax is also placed on rental units, and that is based on the number of units or the number of employees, whichever is higher. However, as a practical matter, that is always the rental units, as it's not. I don't believe there are any cases where it's the number of employees. Businesses are charged rough tax at a rate of $38.89 for the baseline, and then 2 to 5 employees are taxed at $66.52. Same thing with units, and that tax amount increases progressively for every 5 employees up to a maximum tax of $12,638.80 for 946 employees or more. Same approach for multifamily properties, but the cap is at 421 or more rental units, and the maximum tax rate there is $5,654.20. So staff has completed a study. We hired a consultant that's attached to the staff report. They looked at comparative agencies. They made suggestions and proposed a series of models that are outlined in pretty good detail in the staff report. Staff simplified those models, brought them to council at the strategic session back in February, and then council narrowed it down from there, and we began public outreach. We got through one public outreach meeting before the pandemic hit and the shelter in place was declared. From there, we came back on April 14th to council and asked council's direction, if you wanted us to continue to move forward. At that time, council directed staff to move forward with only a revised model where we simply removed the cap. Since then, we have been conducting outreach meetings. The number of businesses and multifamily units over the cap is small. So we were able to do direct outreach meetings to businesses and apartments. And we were able to meet with all 15 businesses that are over the cap. I was only able to connect with 4 apartments out of the 9 that are over the cap. I did try multiple times with all recipients, but wasn't able to get through to everybody. That's a little bit more complicated. Our contact information is generally at the property level. a lot of times these properties are managed by property managers who may or may not pay the tax. On-site property managers generally aren't familiar with the tax, et cetera. So, but I was able to talk to a few. In general, the conversations were positive, and they appreciated, I will say they did appreciate the direct outreach. They appreciated us talking to them before a decision was made. The feedback was neutral or negative. Of course, nobody likes taxes going up, so that was definitely a common theme that was conveyed, that it would increase the cost of doing business for most of these businesses, and especially in light of unknown impacts and the uncertainty that is going on with COVID-19, they were concerned about any financial impacts to their business. Most did express that they understood the issue. The primary goal here was to resolve an inequity between large and small businesses and apartment units. There is an inequity on a per unit or per employee basis. If you're a business over 946 employees, you pay less per employee than a small business does. That is also true for apartments. You pay less per apartment than a smaller rental unit does. So there was some understanding of that. However, a lot of the larger businesses did express that they contribute to the community's economic, welfare in different ways. They purchase properties, which increases the assessed value of those properties. Their employees contribute to the sales tax base by shopping and dining in Sunnyvale. And so there was some of that feedback there too, which all is true. For apartments, they did express that it puts potential upward pressure on rents. They also expressed that during the current time right now, they are experiencing issues with renters being able to pay, and also with actually being able to get renters. I think that a lot of people are choosing not to move in this environment. I don't have any statistics on that, but that is what they expressed in response to the outreach. So staff is recommending, though, however, that we modify the tax to remove the cap. The rationale being this is the equitable approach. It solves the equity problem in the taxing of businesses and multifamily use. This is a voter-approved tax, so it does require that we go to the voters to change it. We have included, since we're on a fairly tight time frame, a draft ballot question in the staff report. But staff is asking council, recommending that council direct staff to return with a resolution calling an election to place a ballot measure for the November 3rd, 2020 election to increase the business license tax by removing the employee and rental unit caps on the business license tax. That concludes my staff report. I'm available to answer any questions. And with me tonight also is Stephen Napier, who's our utility billing manager, who also manages our business license operations and finance.
Okay, thank you very much. First up is Councilmember Fong.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Tim, for that great report. A really quick question off the bat. You said our base tax is $38, correct? Or around that number?
Yeah, $38.89.
$38.89, okay. And so I want to quickly summarize. I actually took the time last night to re-go through the April 14th Zoom meeting and actually mark down how I heard each council member express their preference. Because I think there's actually a discrepancy that I wanted to clear up. And of course, it's just regular human error. I don't blame anyone in particular. But when I was listening, I actually heard that Vice Mayor Smith preferred Model 1. Councilmember Hendricks liked deferring this until next election cycle and looking at Model 1 and any model that generates the most funds or revenue for the city. Councilmember Melton wanted to not proceed in 2020. Councilmember Goldman wanted the license to start at 6 employees as a base and move onwards, and liked the idea of a preferred use tax, a specific tax, and actually preferred Model 4, a sliding scale preference. Councilmember Larson, Model 1, or no change. Councilmember Fong, myself, I was more towards a hybrid of Model 4 and 5 of a sliding scale with different modifications and a lot of modifications I didn't actually get to mention. And the mayor actually preferred Model 1 ultimately, but stated that he was open to Model 4, a sliding scale. And so when we recap this through the city manager's summary, the discrepancy was that the summary stated that Councilmember Goldman supported Model 1, which ultimately brought it up to 4 council members rather than 3. And that's why I'm really glad I'm going first, because any council member can feel free to correct me. But that kind of makes it so that I question this process of how we've proceeded, because to my knowledge, we have asked the community only on Model 1 in terms of those 15 businesses. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, so we did not ask them about any other model, and you had 3 council members for Model 1, or 3.5, and you had perhaps 2.5 or 3 council members for a sliding scale, and 2 council members for the either deferring or not doing anything option. And so I would have loved to seen this actually do that community outreach with both options, as well as talking about different aspects like a base tax, increasing that or not increasing that, what sliding scale frames are actually the best, because the current ones are pretty large. And I bring this up because my next question is, when is the deadline to submit, and this may be a question for our city clerk or city manager, to submit a ballot measure to the registrar? Because ultimately, if council decided to go with an option to place on the ballot, whatever that option is, we would go to another council meeting, the draft language would be there, and then we would vote on that, correct?
So the deadline for the November 3rd election for us to get a ballot measure on there, we need a resolution signed and filed by August 7th.
August 7th. So we've got about a month and a week to, and obviously with the council meetings that are already on and the possibility of a special council meeting if needed. So the reason I point this out is because I really feel that we need this community input, because council actually didn't direct staff to pursue any option, as council never actually directs staff. We just give feedback and you count the votes and you kind of see which way it's leaning. I wish that we did give clear direction. So maybe we should look at our study issue process when it gets to that point where the next jump is to a council item, that we actually have a direct motion that states, staff, please only pursue community outreach on this option rather than one option. Because when we did CVRA, we narrowed it from maps to maps to maps to maps. And there were several motions that were made, and I really enjoyed that process, although it took a little longer than I would have liked. And I also wanted to ask a question about if council wanted to do a poll on this item, could to see if it would pass, or what the polling states on a potential ballot measure with whatever option we go with. How long does that take to put out in the bid process and get done? Like, what's the fastest timeline? Because we are on a short period of timeline of 1 month to get this to the ballot.
I'd have to talk to a polling consultant. We could probably procure those services pretty quickly, and then the polling would be very straightforward in this case and could probably be done pretty quickly.
Because the reason I ask that is because I would love to have a poll that says both option 1 and option 4 of us. So both a increase, get rid of the cap, and also an option of a sliding scale with whatever modifications, and be able to move that out and get a report to council and defer tonight's decision actually of voting on directing staff to create the draft language. Because I think we do have time to do that. And I'll leave it there. But I wanted to note that for the base tax, I looked up San Jose very quickly. They have a base tax of $200, and then they add on the $32. So their base tax is actually a lot higher than ours. So I would be interested in studying that in a poll, or community outreach to small businesses. Again, to reiterate my statement on the last study issue process, I was in favor of creating bigger brackets to give small businesses more of a break on the business license tax, knowing that it's not a huge sum of money at the end, but every dollar counts right now. And I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Klein. A tip of the cap to Councilmember Fong for your diligent and meticulous research. I think he captured my position correctly, and certainly after the public hearing tonight, Mayor Klein, I will be advocating to the best of my ability for alternative 2. I think we need to drop this immediately, but those words come later. City Manager Steffens, I see at the top of page 4 that staff is seeking feedback or changes from council. So I have some feedback and some changes that I would like to see on the draft ballot question. And I take it that when you say that you're seeking feedback or changes, that this doesn't require a motion, that you're just sort of polling the individual council members for sort of tweaks to language. Am I reading that correctly?
We could take feedback if it'd be, this is going to come back, so you're not approving the final ballot language. If the council preferred to move ahead to place, you'd give us direction to prepare the final ballot language. So feedback would be important. It'd be nice to get a sense of whether there was support from multiple council members as opposed to perhaps conflicting opinions about this.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Ken. I hear where you're coming from. And so I'll just jump in with 2 things that I want staff to come back with in terms of the draft ballot question. So here's item number 1. I read through the draft ballot question and I make the observation that the word increase does not show up in there, as in increase the tax. This is notable to me because the title of the agenda item tonight includes the word increase the business license tax, right? That's in the title of the agenda item. So I want the next draft or a next draft of the ballot question to include the words increase the business license tax. So I guess I'll put it out there that that's my exercise of independent judgment of the public interest of the city of Sunnyvale. The other thing that I would like to see in a next draft of the ballot question, I found myself comparing this language to Measure K from 2018. That was, of course, the legendary increase in the transient occupancy tax. And back in 2018, we used the language to protect and maintain essential services, including police, fire, 911 emergency response. And I found myself puzzled as to how we got to the point where the draft ballot question on tonight's agenda item does not include such an essential city service as police, fire, 911. And I'm not asking a question, I'm just making a statement that I think absolutely that the draft ballot language, without a question in my mind, should include police, fire, 911 emergency response. And I'll turn off my microphone at this point, but to any extent that any of my colleagues on the city council agree with what I just said, either one or both, please at the appropriate time, turn on your microphone and send that signal to staff. Thanks, Mayor Klein.
Thank you very much. Next up is Councilmember Goldman.
Fine. And my thanks to Councilmember Fong for his hard work, and he captured my what I was saying. So I'd like to clarify what I was saying, which was I was kind of tossing around some ideas, but I wanted just for consideration, just to get them out there. It's not that I was wedded to anyone, but I wanted to kind of turn around, twist around, so for people to think about some alternatives. When it came down to expressing a preference, I did feel it was necessary to choose something. And since 3 people were going for a pretty straightforward, simple thing, I went with that. In addition, I did feel that the simplicity is really key, because we're asking the voters to vote on a tax. You know, there's going to be opposition, always is, and that's perfectly healthy in a democratic society. And the more things you put into it, the more complicated it is, more objections there will be. So to me, the best way to get something through is to keep it simple. People vote on one thing, yes or no, up or down, that's it. If you say, well, okay, you want this, but and on the other hand, that is thrown in, then someone say, well, I like the one, I don't like the other, and then you lose. So one thing only, and that was it. And I'm fine with the draft ballot question. I appreciate that staff and did good work on this, and it seems only fair. I mean, why should some big company get off paying less per person than some small company? Yeah, I did have some ideas about considering the small little startups type companies with a little family-owned business, but let's keep it simple. That was my thought, my final thought. And so that's where I am. Again, I want to thank Councilmember Melton and Councilmember Fong for their thoughtful and important contributions. I am fine with the draft ballot question, and I do keep it simple, as I said at the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Councilmember Hendricks.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, it appears we're not just asking questions right now, we're kind of giving our position. So I thought I'd go ahead and just share as well. Just a couple quick bullets. This is not the right time. We don't know what we don't know about COVID-19, and we don't know what we don't know about recovery, and we don't know how businesses are going to come back. And this is just not the right time. It seems to me this is a whole lot of work that does not generate a significant dollar amount towards the city's budget. As Councilmember Goldman pointed out, it takes a whole lot to run a campaign. And I haven't heard yet anybody who wants to step up and says they would run the campaign that says here, if we put a measure on the ballot, that they would go ahead and be somebody who's going to go ahead and champion to get it done. And as I mentioned before, I think the right thing to do is to not address this in 2020 and come back and relook at the whole business license tax in 2022 or 2024 with maybe more significant changes to address to be able to get to a larger revenue dollar for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just say a few comments. First, I want to thank Councilmember Melton for his comments as far as changing the ballot measure. I do think that that's reasonable. And as far as timing, this is one of the things that I wanted to, this is why I wanted this to go forward from a timing standpoint. It was important in my mind that we actually reached out because it was only a handful of businesses that this actually affected. So, it'll be interesting to see how things go tonight. I do think that looking at it more holistically from a sliding scale or something of that nature might, make more sense. As far as selling this to the voters, as long as we clarify that it's really only affecting 20 or so different entities within the city, I don't think that it would be that difficult to sell that to them. But I do think that, whether or not this moves forward, clarifying that ballot language is important, as far as what's fair, something more scalable, whether or not, and obviously having that in time for this November does not make sense. And so whether or not it goes forward in November or goes forward and is evaluated in a grander fashion in a few years does make sense to me. So with that, let's go ahead and open the public hearing. Since we're in a virtual setting, I'll ask, residents who wish to speak on this item to raise your virtual hand or dial *9 on your phone if they wish to speak. City Clerk will ask you to unmute your microphone when it's your turn to address the council. City Clerk, do we have any members of the public wishing to speak on this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one member of the public, Shane Jackstedt, who's identified a request to speak on this item. Shane, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and Honorable Council. I'd like to start with the fact that I'm representing myself today as a member of the business community who pays a license tax myself. I am not representing any of the multitude of organizations that I'm involved with and that some of you may know I'm involved with. Sunnyvale has become the place to grow your business. Look at the companies that we've attracted. Facebook, 23andMe, Apple, Google, these are all household names. And these are the types of companies that are going to be affected by this business license tax. We shouldn't be basing our city's policies based on, hey, look, they're making more money in Fremont and San Mateo, so I guess we should too, because we can. I mean, according to the report put out by staff, hey, Fremont's making $11 million. I get it. I can see how that sounds more attractive. Or we shouldn't base our policies based on, hey, they're big business, they can afford it. It's only a few big businesses that are being affected. That's the mentality that caused companies like Ford to consider outsourcing outside of the United States and contributed to the downfall of the golden age of Detroit. Rather, we should be basing our policies on what has worked. Look at Sunnyvale Cares. Sunnyvale Cares was an amazing partnership. Look at our newest fire station and our fire truck that came out as a result of our city's success in 2018. Look at our history of collaboration and participation. This is not an inequity in taxes, it's just paid differently. Those businesses pay differently. The companies that are going to be affected are the ones that transformed our county into Silicon Valley. Let's continue to make doing business in Sunnyvale the preferred city for our largest employers to reside in. Additionally, as some members alluded to, we are amidst a global pandemic. It's times like this that companies make big changes, and I'm talking about changes like relocating. Think about Apple's second campus, the bigger spaceship in Austin, Texas. Right now, I know that there are many communities across the country that would love to entice our great companies to come and move to them. Additionally, I love Sunnyvale's 20-year plan. It's one of the things I love most about. Great job, Tim Kirby, and those that came before you. This is not in the 20-year plan. This revenue is not needed for us to achieve our spending goals as an organization. Look, we're looking at death by 1,000 cuts. Businesses are also looking at potential property tax increase on the ballot. Rental increases scare me, and many of you who ran for council ran with promises to help us with this housing issue. And based on the report that was shared by staff, it doesn't sound like this is going to help our housing problem. Rather, it's going to exacerbate it. I ask that council completely abandon the idea of removing the cap on the business license tax. And that's all I have time for. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that is the last public speaker who's indicated a request to speak on this agenda item.
Okay. I will close the public hearing. Is there additional discussion or a motion? Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, Mayor Klein, I'm ready with a motion when you are.
Go ahead.
Mayor Klein, I'm happy to give it a shot here on alternative 2. I don't know if it'll carry, but I'll go ahead and move alternative 2, take no action, leaving the ordinance as it stands and closing the study issue.
Councilmember Hendricks.
I'll second that.
Your motion.
Okay, so thank you, Glenn, for the second. I appreciate it. You know, the first thing I would like to say is I want to give a tip of the cap to Sunnyvale's incredible, awesome employers. And we're not going to name the names of who these incredible firms are, but they hire employees, they pay property taxes, they pay payroll taxes, the employees live, work, and play in the city of Sunnyvale, generating income taxes and sales taxes, a lot of which flow to the city of Sunnyvale. So I feel it's important to discuss that. I look at this as a simple column of pluses and minuses. So I can list up the pluses in the left-hand column and the minuses in the right-hand column to determine whether I think this is in the public interest. And I think the biggest positive that I can get out of this is that it has the appearance of resolving an inequity. But that's not a very powerful positive in my book. The very big negative for me is with the COVID-19 emergency and all of the uncertainty in the employment market. Beyond a shadow of a doubt in my mind, this is absolutely not the right time to bring this potential ballot issue to the Sunnyvale voters. It sends the wrong signal about corporations. It sends the wrong signal about the importance of employment in Sunnyvale. This is an anti-employment tax at the wrong time. And as has been noted, this would increase general fund revenues to the tune of $400,000. And I would put that in the category of a de minimis amount. By the way, the TOT tax that the voters approved back in 2018, that was to raise an additional $2.9 million for the general fund. So at least the TOT tax increase was in excess of 1% of the general fund. We're not even hitting something that would increase general fund revenues by at least 1%. I have a feeling that if we ran the poll that Councilmember Fong is proposing, I think it would come back very negative. I think the voters would tell us in a poll that this is not going to succeed. And regardless of, I suppose, how the final tally of this motion turns out to be, Mayor Klein, please just keep me on the top of the list if you need somebody to write a ballot argument against this. And I'll leave it at that. I hope my colleagues support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hendricks.
Yeah, so first of all the comments that I made before, but again, I'll just reiterate the piece. I just don't believe this is the right time. There is a level of effort. So it's effort and, return on investment almost of what it takes to go through and get a ballot measure passed. And I think it takes more to get this passed. This is not just as simple as saying, well, here it's a business license tax, so all the people who live here will go ahead and say, sure, go ahead. I think that we should be more deliberate in this, if we're going to go ahead and go forward, but it's just not the right time. We did earlier items today because of COVID-19. And again, I just think our businesses, as fantastic and wonderful as they are, they have challenges in front of them, some that they understand and some that they don't yet understand. And just putting this on to a few of those employers and onto a few of the larger rental businesses, which will just pass it on to their renters, now is just not the right time. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Councilmember Fong.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate the sentiment for closing it, and I actually do agree about the timing. I don't think it's the right time. My preference was actually to defer this and start it up again later, knowing how our study issue process works and how it takes a while to prioritize something, budget, and revisit. And so personally, that's the reason why I'd rather defer this and start it up when we have a better picture of the economy, hopefully at the beginning of next year, and could, or even push it to mid next year and look through the next cycle. So I'll be voting no against this motion, but I do appreciate the sentiment. And I will also be voting no if this fails, if a motion that is made to pass as Model 1, as currently as staff rec, I will also be voting no for that, because my preference is to study this more. Again, my preference is the scaling model. There's a lot of aspects to this we haven't studied. We haven't studied the issue of the base tax. We haven't studied the issue of the time, the tables of frames of classifications of a sliding scale. What preference is better? We don't have a poll to tell us which way a poll would go. And actually, it's interesting that there's going to be a 1/8 cent sales tax from Caltrain, possibly this November, that polled at 63% when it only needs 50% plus 1. And that just came out 3 days ago. And so, whether the percentage would say yes or no, I don't know. But there's a lot of factors that we don't have to make, in my opinion, to make the most educated decision possible. I just want to go on record, because if this is ever brought up in the future, that I am not voting against an increase in the business license tax. I want to be thoughtful about how we do it so that we get the best outcome for our general fund revenue, and we get the best outcome for all the businesses who employ working families here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next up is Councilmember Goldman.
Thank you, Mayor Klein. I fully respect and appreciate the arguments made by previous council members. I agree to some degree. This is not a good time to raise a tax, but this is pretty small, as Councilmember Melton said. It's, to me, Councilmember Melton also said equity was, everyone should pay, every employer should pay the same. That's actually a bigger deal for me than the money. It's just, it just bothers me, frankly, that bigger employers are, pay less per employee than smaller ones. The companies are good. We have these great companies, really amazing, but they're here for a reason. The reason they're here is because they can get really good people. And the reason they can get really good people is that this is a great place to be. So it's not a one-way street. It's mutual, and just asking that they pay the same as everyone else really is what it comes to. I think, simple as it is, it's an easy sell. I don't even think it'll take much. And it's not a lot of money. It's not like, it's not going to drive Google out of town or anything. You're right, this is a terrible crisis economically. It's, I think it's worse than people realize. But we are going to get through it pretty fast. And anyway, so that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Vice Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at the report from the from HDL companies, and I'm seeing that they reviewed the business license tax section quite a bit, extensively, and made many recommendations about how to improve our code. And basically, I'm going to say none of those were really implemented in the reviewed draft. And so there were quite a number of things about streamlining and taking things out to simplify things for staff, to maintain it. I am, reading the room here, and while I think it isn't a horrible idea to bring a tax forward, I mean, I don't have the fear of it that or the doom and gloom view of it that some of my colleagues have. I'm kind of leaning toward Councilmember Fong's viewpoint to defer it and not necessarily close the study issue. I would rather like to look at some of these recommendations in more detail about how to streamline the code and maybe do a little bit more extensive overhaul rather than the simple removing of the cap. So I'm not sure quite yet how I'll vote, but I'll probably vote no in favor of deferring it and not closing it.
Okay. That is all the council comments for now. I'll be supporting this motion. From my standpoint, it was important for us to have that discussion with the businesses. I do think that, we are conceivably walking away from $400,000 on a yearly basis. And when it comes down to it, these businesses could pay that. And that was one of the reasons why I wanted those discussions to go on. That being said, we don't have polling data. We don't have, all the things that are normally part of this ballot process. And so, and I understand it's during the time of COVID-19, and so trying to get that data and trying to do the more let's say targeted outreach is difficult. Whether or not this is a sliding scale in some point, I do think that this is a drop in the bucket for the 20 plus companies that would have been contributing to that fund. And it is reasonable, there would be cost to get it on the ballot. It's driving a campaign to the residents and trying to educate them, which is a difficult thing as we get closer to that timeline. It was interesting to see the Caltrain polling study that came out earlier this week, or came out last week, which actually clarified that all that information is very useful for electeds when they're making these decisions. So, I appreciate, the study that was done, and it gives us some direction. I'm hoping that, in 2022, I guess, we look more from an equity standpoint, and, it is an ever shifting world that we live in from a city standpoint, from a county, from a state standpoint, from a nation standpoint, and where businesses will be with remote distancing and remote work, and how many people from a business standpoint will actually be official city employees within our city could be changing quite a bit. And so conceivably, actually bumping up this number in a year or two might actually be the right thing to do from a sliding scale. So as much as I, like the idea of removing the cap and why that cap wasn't, increased at a previous time doesn't really make sense to me. But at this point, not adding it to the November ballot and trying to rush that out I don't think that's the right thing to do. So I will be supporting this motion. And with that, City Clerk, may we have the voice vote?
Yes, first up is Vice Mayor Smith. How do you vote?
No.
Mayor Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Hendricks?
Yes.
Councilmember Melton?
Yes.
Councilmember Fong?
Yeah.
Councilmember Goldman?
Yes.
And Councilmember Larson?
Yes.
The motion carries 5-3 with Vice Mayor Smith and council members, 5-2 with Vice Mayor Smith and Councilmember Fong voting no.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is item 20-0638. Adopt a resolution amending the city's salary resolution and the schedule pay to increase the salary ranges for unclassified department director positions effective July 12th, 2020. Is there a staff report?
Yes, there is. Thanks, Mayor. I get to give the staff report. This item would increase the salary ranges for department directors, including our deputy and assistant city managers. In 2017, the City Council realigned pay ranges to be the same for most of the directors. And the council adopted a philosophy about compensation, and that was really intended to maintain pay equity among employees and prevent salary compaction. And so the director salaries were tied to salaries of the deputy chief positions in the Department of Public Safety. They're the next nearest salary level to a director. And the deputy chiefs will be getting an increase of 3.97% based on a salary survey that was conducted. And so for this, I'm recommending that the City Council adopt a resolution increasing the salary range for unclassified department directors in pay plan F by 3.97%. That concludes the staff report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none. Since we remain in a virtual setting, I will ask the public to use the virtual raise hand button or dial *9 on the telephone to indicate that they wish to speak. the city clerk will ask you to unmute your microphone when it is your turn to address the city council. So I'll open the public hearing. City clerk, do we have any members of the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, Mr. Mayor, we have not had any members of the public indicate a desire to speak on this agenda item.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing. And I will ask my colleagues, is there a motion or a comment? Councilmember Hendricks.
I'm ready to make a motion when you're ready.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, I move alternative 1, adopt a resolution amending the city's salary resolution and schedule of pay to increase the salary ranges for unclassified department director positions, pay plan category F, effective July 12th, 2020.
Councilmember Melton.
Second.
To your motion.
Yeah, I think this is actually a very straightforward thing. As the staff report indicated, this is really just what is required on an almost annual basis to go ahead and implement the strategy and the policies that we implemented to how to deal with salary for this group of people. I would just mention to the our public that's listening and stuff, it doesn't mean that every year this is a 3.9% increase. This increase that drives this number is based off a salary survey that's done for law enforcement personnel. And I just think this is the right thing to do. As far as I'm concerned, this could have been on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, I'll just chime in here. I want to say thank you to the city manager for keeping this on the front burner. And this is something that we just need to take care of at recurring intervals. You know, I don't remember all of the agenda items from way back in 2017, but I will never forget this agenda item. And Kent, your predecessor, Deanna Santana, identified the issue. And what I remember from that public hearing was all of the boxes of the staff, and some were pink and some were blue. And those colors identified what you think they identified, because we had some gender equality pay issues, as you mentioned in the staff report. And we need to keep up on our tables to be able to attract talent and retain highly qualified employees. So from that regard, this is absolutely the right thing to do, and I hope my colleagues support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no other comments, I will be supporting this motion. I do think that this, conceivably is almost a consent item, and I think it's the right thing to do for our directors, which we deal with quite a bit. So I'll be supporting the motion. With that, City Clerk, may we have the voice vote?
Yes, first up is Councilmember Fong. How do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Larson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Melton?
Yes.
Councilmember Hendricks?
Affirmative.
Mayor Klein?
Yes.
And Councilmember Goldman? Councilmember Goldman, I believe you're still muted.
He might have disappeared.
Still online. So an option is we could consider this an abstention, or Councilmember Goldman, are you back at your computer?
Let's go ahead and consider it an abstention. That's fine.
I guess, my apologies, I guess it would have to be an absence, since he is not here to state that it's an abstention.
Yes.
So the motion carries 6-001 with Councilmember Goldman absent.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next up are council member reports on activities from intergovernmental committee assignments. Are there any reports from council? Vice Mayor Smith.
Well, to some extent, my report has already been given. We had a Caltrain modernization meeting, and the staff shared the results of the polling for the 8-cent sales tax to, for the first time, have a dedicated source of revenue for and funding for Caltrain, which would be really transformative and great. So the polling came back positive, and that's great for Caltrain. The other thing that we covered was they also presented some equity information about the service for Caltrain and the breakdown of the ridership by race and income level compared to parallel services such as VTA and Samtrans. And it was a very, very interesting report. It also looked at parking. And their finding was that adding parking to a station doesn't necessarily increase ridership. So they were maybe not planning to invest as much in parking at some of their stations as one might think they would. So that's going to factor into some decisions coming down the lane for them. And the other thing is that they're also looking at increased discounts for fares. So the Clipper card fares would potentially get more of a discount. So the equity information was very interesting. And if you get a minute, maybe 20 minutes to watch or listen to the video, it was very interesting about the ridership and the usage. Oh, and I will just say finally on that topic, they did mention what the primary ways for people from getting from their residences to the station were. And walking was the most common way for people to get to the stations. Second was cars. Distant second was cars, and the not so distant third was bikes. So walking and bikes are actually fairly major ways to get to Caltrain stations, which I found to be very interesting. So the other thing was that they, to wrap it up, they also talked about whether or not parking at various stations were over or undersubscribed. So it was relayed that the parking is oversubscribed in downtown Sunnyvale, but undersubscribed at Lawrence Station. So again, very interesting presentation, and I'll see if I can send it through the staff so you can see at least the slides. Okay, that was the end of my report for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no other comments, do we have any non-agenda items or comments, Council? Councilmember Fong?
Yeah, sorry to my colleagues. I know that you're enjoying your fiscal year, New Year's Eve. But really quickly, I just wanted to mention that, because I believe it was mentioned in the beginning, that COVID testing is live for anyone who made our 3 followers that are watching on Zoom and our 2 followers that are watching on YouTube. That Tuesday to Thursday of this week at the Murphy Park Building, 250 North Sunnyvale Ave, 10 a.m. to 4 a.m. You can stand in line. I heard the line is very long. Hopefully that most people went today and it gets shorter. Speaking of streaming, I am very thankful to our city manager. He will be forwarding a report that I forwarded to him from the San Jose Smart Cities Committee in October of 2018. And the report summarizes the Facebook Live pilot of that committee meetings for 4 meetings that they hosted. So I hope that anyone interested by the discussion we had in item 1E today can quickly look over that. It's about 10 slides or so. And the last thing was I was hoping that we could have at a future council meeting, and this isn't a motion, it's just a suggestion, that we could have a presentation on the Caltrain measure, and if the city so chooses, a resolution even, a position, and also have a presentation on PG&E power shutoffs, because that may become an issue, although it doesn't hit necessarily our sector as much. It is a big education campaign to educate residents on that. And I'll just leave that at that. Happy fiscal New Year's Eve.
Thank you very much. And next up is Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, Mayor Klein, I see Councilmember Goldman is back with us. And on Mike's behalf, I just wanted to see if it would be possible, I don't know if it is, for him to record a vote on agenda item 5, although it would have the same result. And I wanted to just circle back to the vote on agenda item 4. I'm not proposing to reopen a can of worms here. Alternative 2 passed, and I think I heard the city clerk say that it passed with 5 yes votes. So alternative 2 is going to pass, but I think I heard Councilmember Goldman say that he was voting in favor of alternative 2, and I just found that to be surprising and not consistent with his stated position. So I felt like there could be an opportunity to just confirm the record for 2 agenda items on behalf of Councilmember Goldman. Thank you.
Can I speak?
Yes, go right ahead.
I'm sorry, I had to leave the room for a minute. Yes, for item 4, and I'm sorry, item 5, and for item 4. One thing I can count to 4, and the other thing is, but more importantly, I was starting to realize that this was basically a compelling argument. I could cut it short. I changed my mind. I do think equity is important. This is just it's a bad time for almost anything at this point, and it's going to be rushed. And there is some the argument that it's complicated. That it's being rushed and that there's more to it. There's no polling has been done for how it passed or not. That basically changed my mind. Just wanted to let you. That's my opinion.
Mike, thank you, Mike, for that clarification. And Mayor Klein, thank you for just letting me bring it up. And I think just wanted to make sure we had the right record on 2 very important agenda items. Thanks, Mayor Klein.
Okay. Councilmember Goldman, do you have anything else or no?
No, sorry.
That's fine. And so, yeah, and thanks to Councilmember Fong for mentioning the testing at Murphy Park. So yes, it's happening 10 to 4 p.m. for the next 2 days. Today we had 538 people get tested. And so this is, I want to thank, the county health department, as well as, Supervisor Chavez and Simidian for their hard work in trying to get free testing here in Sunnyvale. And so that was, I think, from what I heard from people that were working it, and thanks to our CERT staff who helped manage traffic, as well as the people that were standing in line today. That was a fantastic effort, and I appreciate all that they do within our community. Hopefully we'll see, the numbers kind of trail off in the next 2 days, but from what I hear, a lot of people decided to wait until Wednesday or Thursday to come back because the lines were so long, basically from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And we had people that first showed up at 6:30 this morning to get tested here in Sunnyvale. So I think that's a very positive thing. Also, we have, last week it was announced El Camino Health has also put in several $1 million into testing within the district. And so they're doing a similar effort, El Camino Health, which is in Mountain View, and they're also looking at a location conceivably here in Sunnyvale to do testing. Their testing, at least they're at their Mountain View location, is by appointment, but it is free to everyone in their district. So that's a positive thing to get testing. And as we see, this week numbers have been going up, and certain people haven't been as safe in the last few weeks. And if people think they've been exposed and don't show symptoms, that's a reason to go get tested. So I applaud everyone who has tried to do the right thing as far as getting tested, and especially for our essential workers, the people that are working, in retail, in restaurants. I think a lot of those people and their families are the ones who are worried about, getting tested and finding out whether or not they have COVID-19. It's still only the nasal swab. It's not an antibody test, but it is important from a point in time standpoint. So anyway, with that, let's go on to the city manager. Do you have any non-agenda items or comments?
Nothing tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll be adjourning the meeting at 11:26. I want to thank everyone for their participation tonight. Stay well. Everyone have a safe 4th of July. And please remember to wear your face mask for those that are going out especially this weekend. Have a good evening. See you.